organic meat sack can't even remember to turn off the organic meat sack video. Okay. So, it would be nice if the world could just pump the brakes for a second. And if the world could stop having, like, major fucking developments every day. Like, we're having major developments every single day right now. The big one being the United Arab Emirates left OPEC. That is huge. Trump's latest Truth Social post is insanely disingenuous. Like, why does he post this? You'd have to tell me which post. Because that man sends 14 posts in an hour. So, as I made the No More Mr. Nice Guy one. Yeah, throw a dart in that one. Hold on. Let me see. I think that one is... Let me see if I can pull that one up real quick. Can I also ask a question about... I'm going to ask a question about Donald Trump. First of all, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? So that you know, the reason why world leaders don't carry guns, and maybe nobody explained this to him, is because the moment a world leader carries a gun, they're an armed combatant because they're the leader of their military, and they become a lawful target. He might want to think about this. He might want to consider what carrying a gun, even an AI-generated gun, does. Second of all, Iran can't get their act together. They don't know how to sign a non-nuclear deal. They better get smart soon. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Can I just ask something though? I'm interested. Why is his username on Truth Social real Donald Trump? I saw a comedian talking. Doesn't he own Truth Social? So is there somebody else on Truth Social that has Donald Trump? And he was like, well, shit, I'll just be the real Donald Trump then. I know it was from Twitter. I get that. But he's on his own platform now. He's on his own platform. Yeah, he used to shitpost 24/7 on Twitter. That was the joke, man. The joke was, is your president going to be awake at 2 o'clock in the morning when emergency strikes? It's like, shit, yeah, our president's going to be up at 2 o'clock in the morning. He just sent 12 tweets. Like, yeah, he's awake. He's pissing someone off. And you know what else? When he gets really angry in the middle of the night, he's got his Xbox controller in his bathroom and he launched some Patriot missiles. Like, what the fuck is wrong with our president, man? Like, our president wants to pick a fight with everybody. Why are you picking a fight with everybody? And now we got Germany wanting to become Europe's strongest military by 2039. Wasn't the entire point of all the time since World War II making it so that Germany didn't have a large military? Let's be real though. If it wasn't for all this conflict, we'd be in a recession. No, we wouldn't. We would not be in a recession. The economy was recovering. We had weathered the COVID storm. We weren't in a recession. We were going the right direction. The economy was going in the right direction. Donald Trump's tariff bullshit drove us into the recession, and we're teetering on We are literally teetering on a depression. What people aren't understanding, and this is the piece that hurts my soul deeply, because I'm just not the asshole who gets on a microphone on Twitch and talks to maybe 2 or 3 dozen people a day. I'm having to do this shit all day, every day, with friends and family and neighbors. People believe that when Warsh becomes the chairman of the Fed, he'll lower interest rates and that'll be good for everybody, because everybody will suddenly be able to afford homes. When it becomes a buyer's market, that's good for buyers. The availability of mortgages does not make it a buyer's market. What makes it a buyer's market is when there are more homes than there are home buyers. People are like, oh, well, once interest rates comes down, people will be able to afford homes. No, they won't, because we're already seeing a huge problem, a massive problem. With 5 years ago, when we were in pretty good shape, what we were seeing was, you have a house, really nice house, and you have 5 people bidding on the house, and one of those people is me over here. And I make where do I have Ashes of Creation links up? If I still have an Ashes of Creation link up somewhere, let me know. I didn't know I had any still up. If I do, let me know. I'll take them down. I don't know why you have to be a confrontational asshole, though. Like, you could just be like, hey, Jay, you still have this link up. I don't think I have any links up. Well, where do I have an Ashes of Creation link up? You mean the stream team that I own? No, you are an asshole. Just in case there's any confusion, what you just said, I'm gonna help you out here. I'm gonna help you out a whole lot. Ready? The way you said this, in case mom or dad never told you this makes you an asshole. Oh, bye. So you're not even gonna tell me where I have the link up. I don't have a link up. There's no link up anywhere on my Twitch. But you're gonna be a fucking mouthpiece. The Ashes 101 link? Yeah, that's my website. That's my website. That's my website. That's the Ashes 101 link. This guy's a fucking asshole. He's a fucking douchebag. He could have come in, because if he clicked on it, he could have said, why is Ashes of Creation there? I would have said, because I'm the captain of the Ashes of Creation stream team, which I'm keeping until I know Ashes of Creation is dead and buried. Yeah, all you see is the stream team and Ashes 101. Ladies and gentlemen, what's interesting is when people come in and they want to act like an asshole, and you just call them out on it. I said is, where do I have one? But you're an asshole. Why you still got Ashes of Creation links up? Shouldn't maybe promote scam. Where am I promoting a scam? Where do either of the links, hold on, just so I can be sure. Let me make sure that just so I go. Let me check both. Okay, so I found one thing broken on Ashes 101. Oh no, it does. Yeah. I need to fix my player over on Ashes 101. That's broken. Yeah, it doesn't link anywhere. And the stream team doesn't link anywhere. Okay, so not really too concerned about him. Anyway, so this is what we had a couple of years ago. There's a house for sale. House was listed on the market for $299,900. And my realtor, I went and I saw the house. I wanted the house. And I said to the realtor, I said, I'll make a full cash offer. Full cash offer. Well, my realtor came back to me right away and said, you're going to have to make a higher than full cash offer. I said to my realtor, I will never make more than a full cash offer. That is the very best I will ever make. And my realtor's like, then you're not going to get the house. And I said to my realtor, I said, you are obligated by law to process the bid that I tell you to process. Process my full cash offer. The realtor sent in my full cash offer. These two people dropped out because they didn't offer $299,900. These two people ended up ladder stepping the house up. The house sold for $349,999. The house ended up going for $50,000 more than its market value. My realtor called me and said, I just want to let you know that house went for $50,000 more than market value. I said, thank you very much for letting me know. Also, I just want to let you know you're now fired. And my realtor was shocked. I don't understand. Your job isn't to argue with me. I understand. I don't have a realtor's license, but I understand how real estate works. But I understand the house is worth $300,000. I understand the house is actually worth about $292,000. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to offer 3: convenience, location, pool, amenities. But those people walked it up. So we're not in a recession, or we weren't in a recession. And if Donald Trump hadn't fucked everybody over, to the tune of, what was it last year? The numbers that I'm seeing, American households spent between $1,700 and $3,400 more last year for the same stuff. These are people that they didn't enrich their lives any. They just bought milk and cheese and eggs and bread. They just bought clothes and t-shirts and socks and underwear and shoes. It's not like these people bought like a new TV and a new entertainment system and you'd be like, oh, okay. Unfortunately, because of Donald Trump's bullshit antics, normally war is good for business. But right now, we're not benefiting from it. Right. But now manufacturing has returned to the United States. Except it hasn't. In fact, because of the bullshit in Georgia raiding the electric battery plant, the Hyundai plant, I believe it was, that plant is going to slowly come online because the South Korean nationals won't come back to the United States to help them online the plant. All because some Karen thought she was going to be the hero of the minute and call ICE on South Koreans who weren't even being paid. If you're not aware, they come over, their living expenses are paid for, and then they get paid when they go home. They don't even get paid by the American company. They get a stipend per diem, room, board, all that. Yeah. Says, I can't keep up with the whole recession, depression, micro-recession, stagnations. I swear they're making up new things and changing definitions of them weekly. They do. They make up terms to try to fit the narrative. We were on our way out of the problems. And what I'm going to say is this. You don't judge a president by the state of his economy. You judge a president by the economy 4 years later. So when you had Obama's first 4 years, right? That was Bush's economy. Then Obama's second 4 years are his policies that he passed in his guidance in the first 4 years. When Trump took over, he inherited Obama's growing economy. Now, Trump, we got to put a big red fucking brick line in the timeline because I don't know if Trump's economy suffered because of Trump's bad policies or if Trump's economy suffered because in the history of America, COVID is probably, honestly, the third most impactful thing that had ever happened to the American economy. Maybe the fourth. I think if we're being honest, the Great Depression, the stock market crash of 1929 that led us into the Great Depression, clearly number one greatest impactful thing. The Civil War set the country back probably 50 years. Maybe COVID goes in number 3, or maybe we say World War II and then COVID number 4. We just don't know, and it's going to take us more years to figure out what the after effects are. What about the 08 housing crash? The 08 housing crash, I don't think is bigger than COVID. I don't think it's bigger than World War II. I don't think it's bigger than the Civil War, and I don't think it's bigger than the Great Depression. I think the 08 housing market crash was bad. Top 10, definitely. I wouldn't say 4 years. I'd say more like 2. Otherwise, that means the economy now is Biden's economic policies. So it is 4, and you'd normally be right. And the reason why this economy isn't Biden's economy is because when the president comes in and he levies tariffs on everything, that is more than what a president normally does. Now, I'm going to jump ahead. You said, as a business owner that relies on the U.S. consumer having spending cash, 2020 to 22 were the best years I've ever had. Yeah, because everybody had COVID stimulus checks. When the government is giving, I don't even fucking remember how much in COVID money my family got. Shit, how much did we get? I got a fuck ton of money for COVID. So in March of 2020, I got $3,400 for my family. In December of 2020, I got $2,400. In March of 2021, shit, I can't even do that math in my head. $5,600 for my family. So in a span of a year, my family had an additional $11,400 in spending money. Yeah, and this is where the big thing came in. I don't know about your economic situation, but it feels a tad strange that well-off individuals who get stimulus checks. Yep. It does feel a little strange. If you remember, I said while I was streaming, this is bullshit, I'm getting a check. I said it outright, it is bullshit, I'm getting a check. My pension is provided by the Air Force. I am not impacted by COVID. Here's a check. COVID checks were nice, so much more work. I feel like people wasted their checks on things they couldn't afford. Lots of people wasted their checks on things they couldn't afford. Smart people took that money and paid down mortgages. Started the snowball effect on credit cards. Dumb people bought shoes and sneakers and TVs and PlayStations and laptops and computers. Total U.S. COVID fund allocation was $4.7 trillion. Yeah, it was a lot of money. Has any president helped China's economy out just by being an asshole? Donald Trump has. Donald Trump has helped out China's economy immensely by being an asshole last year. The last 50 or so years has been a plan of economic isolation for China. And Donald Trump managed in less than 9 months to break Chinese isolation because a lot of other countries were like, well, if the United States is going to treat us like this, then what we're going to do is we're going to go deal with China, and China can give us what we need cheaper because they're closer. We can buy other stuff from them because we can't buy US steel, it's too expensive. So when we talk to China, we can get package deals, including industrialization materials. That a really big problem with how Donald Trump has gone about his presidency is that it's not about make America great again being hold on. It's not about making America great again. It's about taking care of Americans first. And I know that sounds selfish. And I get it. It sounds really, really, really selfish. Oh, you want to take care of Americans first. Yeah, I want to take care of Americans first. Because once we take care of Americans, then we can look elsewhere. But it should go community level, county level, state level, federal level, continent level, right? But Donald Trump has pissed off everybody. Canada hates us. Mexico doesn't like us. NATO is okay if we leave. Like, the fact that NATO is okay if we leave should let everybody in America know just how much our president has pissed people off. The U.S. doesn't like the U.S. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't like the U.S. Defunding the World Health Organization was a bit stupid, though. Like, do you want to deal with diseases when they pop up in Africa or when they get to the U.S.? Yes, and this is exactly... I got to be careful here. This is one of those things that I have to slow down. I can't go on a rant and rave. We had a plan written for containing the United States in the event of an unknown airborne agent. Unfortunately, COVID shows us the United States citizenry doesn't really particularly give a shit about living if that means not working, because you're either asking me to risk contracting a virus or not getting paid and getting evicted. We need to have a better system, because one of these days something's going to get loose in this country, and it is going to just tear through and kill 30 to 40% of the population. We don't even know why we do what we do. From what I see, he's trying to position the U.S. away from global economics and consolidate everything to the Western Hemisphere, where the U.S. has greater control. There's a lot of infighting among the states, each taking vastly different stances. Well, the problem is, if the United States wants to position itself away from global economics, then the United States needs to stop trying to do certain things because we don't have the components organically on this hemisphere to do some of the things we want to do. Like, for example, we found cobalt in America under a town. There's fucking people there. We can't get to it because we would have to displace mid 5-figure, low 6-figure number of people because we have to basically get rid of all the houses to be able to strip mine down to get the cobalt. There's certain noble gases that we don't have in America. We are completely reliant on foreign countries. I think I have.
I know that you're a tight ass. I know.
I think I have it. Where is he? I want you to listen to a couple of clips from the King. Listen to how this guy, the King of England is about to speak to our legislature, and he wins nothing. Our legislature can literally do nothing to help the King of England. But this guy, and I don't, by the way, just so we're clear, Charles isn't in my fantasy leader league. But if an opening comes up, I might draft him. Right? Let's just take a listen.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror.
Right there. God damn, did he just bitch slap Donald Trump without mentioning the name Donald Trump. I'm going to replay that so you can listen to the absolute thwack of the bitch slap that just happened. This is how you put down a loudmouth. You don't even have to say their name.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror.
He's literally just said, your orange Cheeto poof of a fucking president who's been throwing a temper tantrum for the last year about the UN and NATO. The UN is Security Council very rarely passes anything. And for it to pass the Security Council, it has to have all 5 permanent members not veto it, and it has to pass by a majority. But they were united in it. And the only time Article 5 has ever been enacted was for us. But Donald Trump has been saying these last couple of months with the Iran war, NATO's worthless, NATO's worthless. Bitch, NATO's only ever gone to war one time for us.
We answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO.
You see that? That is great speech writing right there. He keeps... I'm gonna stroke your ego. I'm gonna talk about the U.S. military forces as if they're separate from NATO, Because you know that's given Donnie Boy a half chub, probably all he can get without the blue chew. But, and sure, King Charles is reading from a script. That's cool. At least he's not going off in 19 different directions.
Pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states.
You didn't know that? That is actually true. Foreign military personnel serve at our bases in exchange programs.
We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come.
Damn. That's a leader right there. He does notice that was a 2-minute and 24-second speech, and he didn't insult anybody. I got another clip.
Now, as you may know, when I address my own parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a member of parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today.
You see the difference? Like, the audience laughter. The audience laughter isn't, to me, it doesn't sound forced. It sounds like, you know, it sounds like everybody's just generally, you know, relaxed, at ease. A lot of the Republican Party members, they're wound so tight right now because they're like, shit, what's he gonna say? What's Donald gonna say today? English royalty have the best private tutors around. They do, absolutely. I would like to see the U.S. domesticate our chip manufacturing, though, so we're not at the mercy of Taiwan. I would too. I would love to see the U.S. domesticate microchip production. Except the problem is, like all manufacturing jobs, people doing $20 work want $28. People doing $30 work want $50. People doing $50 work want $75. It's hard to make a buck when everybody wants a slice of that buck. The kicker is that even though it's his role, the monarch shouldn't need to be doing this. This is why we have government and why the prime minister goes around doing foreign affairs. I don't think there's a problem with the King of England coming over for a state visit, because he can do a state visit because specifically the King of England and what he can and cannot commit the country to. I think given how Donald Trump likes to bully other world leaders, having the King of England come over is great. Because number one, the King of England's not going to get bullied by Donald Trump. Number two, Yeah, it was planned for the 250-year celebration, which makes me laugh because it's not the 250th anniversary of this government. It's the 250th anniversary of our rebellion. But right now, it's a great person to come visit. He can't commit to anything anyway. So, and I think the King of England is one world leader that Donald Trump's not going to fucking insult. I don't think he's got that much chops. I do wonder what England is going to be renamed when they get taken over, though. They won't get taken over. England will reach a breaking point probably sooner than the rest of us, where they'll expel all the foreigners. I think it's getting dangerously close to that in England as it is. England has had some bizarre incidents in recent years. But what we also have is we have we're very quickly. You think so? I see so many of them protecting the foreigners and their abuse of the system. The problem is you don't see so many of them. What you see is you see a vocal minority. And it is very, very common that people misunderstand. A vocal minority does not equal the majority. And what we have is a really big problem because we use representative polling data. And you'll see for America, you'll see 2007 surveys extrapolated to represent a country of 340 million people. But they are controlling the media spotlight. Doesn't that control the narrative? No, it controls the media spotlight. You see the media version of it. Lots of nice foreigners, follow all the rules. You are correct that the media paints a picture. But at this point, everybody is aware that the media is painting a bullshit picture. I don't think people are fooled anymore because some people, not all people, but they have access to these now, and they can go about and they can go find some of their own answers. Now, the sad part is, as we saw earlier in this very show today, guy comes in, wants to be a fucking asshole. Doesn't like being called an asshole. Like, my friend messaged me today. First thing, my friend, she's my friend. She's been my friend for 30 years. She's married to a shitbag. He rapes his wife. I didn't tell you guys this one. It's fucking wonderful shit. He rapes his wife almost every night, but without his paycheck, she can't keep the kids fed. She can't keep the apartment or the rental. They only have one functional car. So if he leaves, no, they have a townhouse. If she leaves, she has a busted down van and no credit history, no rental history, shitty credit history. If she confronts him and he leaves, if he takes the van, she has no way to get around anywhere. Yesterday, she got in the van to take the kids to school. There's beer cans. Oh, yeah, I offered her a trailer, but that deal's now gone. That trailer's sold. I don't know how many more times I'm gonna pull out the chair for her to see if she'll take a deal. I gotta try to find another thing that I can afford to finance. If that's what you're referring to. No, that trailer's gone. I didn't have anybody else to put in it at the time, so I didn't buy it to then put somebody in it. But no, you're right. This is the same woman, but the husband's drinking and driving. So this morning she messaged me and she's like, "Hey, can you transfer money for me?" And I just responded back. I'm like, "Hi, period. Good morning, period. How are you? Question mark. I'm great. Thanks for asking." And she sent back, she's like, you're right, I'm sorry. It's like, yeah, man, if your autistic friend is telling you you're being less than human, imagine how all the other people you've already spoken to this morning feel about you. Because when you're so, like, when nobody tells you that you're being an asshole, like, that guy probably thought his behavior was okay. Or he just likes being an asshole. A loud minority is making it shit for the rest of everybody. Yeah, and that's unfortunately the problem. That's the problem we're facing with everything right now. A loud minority, but we're also facing the problem that Donald Trump is doing ridiculous shit like this. The State Department is finalizing a plan to redesign U.S. passports to include President Donald Trump. Why the fuck are we putting Donald Trump on the passports? There's no way that's true. Democrats criticize plan to put Trump's face on passports from Time Magazine. New York Times. Trump's face will appear on limited edition U.S. passports. State Department planning new passports. CBS News. The Hill. State Department planning to put Trump's face on new passports. NPR News. Yeah. U.S. to issue commemorative passports with Trump's picture for America's 250th birthday. What? Yep. Good God, that's insane. Yep. The war with Iran has cost the United States $25 billion already. No, it's not a permanent change. It's just the limited edition for the 250th anniversary. And you know what the sad part is? His sycophants will use everyone. Have I heard about the Donald J. Trump $250 bill act? This fucking egomaniac, I swear to God. H.R. 1761, a bill to amend the Federal Reserve Act to require the Secretary of the Treasury to print $250 Federal Reserve notes featuring a portrait of Donald J. Trump and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and the House of Representatives that Donald Trump will be on the $250 bill. I've never seen a better way for other countries to weed out people to deny entry into their country. That's probably fucking amazingly accurate. Why? We don't put living leaders on our money. Yeah. Have I had problems? I heard lately that companies have been double charging a lot lately. I'm getting hit every month since January. No, but I keep a close eye on all my expenditures. So I haven't heard that more people are getting double charged. God, I hope not, because a lot of people can't afford to be double charged. You're going to try to get a passport before Trump's face goes on the new one? You know, I would get a passport, but the truth is, if I have to travel, I'll be leaving the country permanently. So, federal law explicitly prohibits featuring living persons on U.S. currency. Yep. And yet, we're going to do it anyway. We're going to do it anyway. It's Loki. Oh, he won't be seen today. Yeah, what's the point of a $250 bill? Why not just make it a $420 bill to complete the joke? Truthfully, you're not wrong. There's really not a big point in having a $250 bill. No, there's going to be 30,000 of these commemorative passports issued for people who want them for the country's 250th birthday. Oh, you stinky dog. He keeps teasing me. He's like, I want to be seen. No, I don't. At the end of the day, if you don't want a Donald Trump commemorative passport, I'm sure there's going to be an option to not get that one. Yeah, fear of missing out numbers. You got a $100 bill now. Most places won't even take a $100 bill, which is another piece of bullshit. But the $100, the paper currency is for all debts, public and private, except they can decide that they're not going to take it. I've never understood how a place can say, we're not going to take the $100 bill. But as a store manager, I've explained it to people in the past. I can't break that. I haven't done enough business today to have change for a $100 bill. A lot of places have stopped accepting pennies. A lot of places have stopped accepting pennies because they already have included in their system rounding. Although I'm not sure if you could legally I'm not actually sure if they could legally round up if you have the penny. So if you had the 4 cents or the 3 cents, because a lot of places, if it's 01 or 02, they round down. If it's 03 or more, they round up to 05. I'm not sure if legally, if my bill was, say, $1.03 and I had a dollar bill and 3 pennies, I'm not legally sure if they could charge me $1.05. The penny debate doesn't drive me wild for this simple fact. It costs more than a penny to produce a penny. The penny is worth more than a penny. So it's a really stupid fucking situation to be in. We don't even deal with dollars. We don't even deal with change when it comes to the IRS. The IRS rounds each line. I think it was this year I was laughing. All of my fucking rounds, my rounds were rounds up. All of the things that benefited me were round downs. And I was like, man, if this was actually, I'd be pissed. Speaking of the IRS can go fuck themselves with a razor-laced dildo. I think it was 2 weeks ago. I was late getting the show started because I was on hold with the IRS because they didn't send me my check. Because they said on the bottom of the 1040 form, or the bottom of the 1120 form, on the bottom of an IRS 1120 form, it asks you for a routing number and account number. And it says, how much do you want credited? 0.00. How much do you want refunded? 1025, because that's what was credited. And then I put in my routing number and my account number. I checked that it was checking. I signed and I sent it. They sent me a letter that said, you didn't indicate what you wanted done with your tax return. So I pulled out my fucking 1120 and I'm looking at it and I'm like, yeah, the fuck I did. I indicated I wanted it sent to this routing number and this account number. So I called the lady, very nice lady on the phone, and she says, I don't know why they even have that on the form number. They don't do electronic deposits for corporations. And I didn't want to argue with the lady. I didn't want to argue with her. But I know they fucking do. So they said it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks till your money's deposited. What's sitting on my bank account? Or 4 to 6 weeks till I get the check. What's sitting in my bank account today? My federal tax return for Paradox. What am I afraid is going to be sitting in my P.O. box in a couple of weeks? A fucking paper check. I'm going to end up getting the paper check. And if you guys have never experienced this wonderful fucking thing, did you know that when you get a paper check from the IRS, you have to treat that as legal tender? Because they're going to reflect that they issued it to you. Whether or not you fucking cash it, they're not going to give a shit. They're going to reflect that they issued it to you. Our country can't fucking... our country can't unfuck its tax revenue service. And if we can't unfuck that service, how do we expect to pay anything? In the UK, we have a law about how many of each currency you can use for a purchase. It stops you paying 1,000 pennies. That makes sense. That makes absolute sense. Most of you missed the joke. Let's see.
Now, as you may know,
I downloaded this for a reason. What the reason is, I don't remember.
This runs 3 minutes, but it's worth every second. Watch it.
This is why we can't get anything fucking accomplished in our government. Listen to this exchange. This is the EPA chief getting into a discussion with a House Democrat. First of all, the fact that the House Democrat has colored hair pisses me off. You're supposed to be a professional, but...
The budget proposal reads like a climate change denier's manifesto. When climate change is flooding our streets, poisoning our air, driving up healthcare and disaster costs, how can the EPA justify abandoning that duty to protect Americans to appease polluters under the false flag of economic growth?
Following the law, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? Loper Bright, Supreme Court case, you familiar with it?
No, I maybe others are. I'm not, but let me ask.
Maybe others are. I'm not. You're a member of the House of Representatives dealing with climate change, which means every single Supreme Court ruling on laws dealing with climate change should be, I'm old, in a binder on your desk. If you're young, should be in a PDF on your tablet. You just said you're not familiar with the Supreme Court ruling. Then shut up. Shut up. By the way, when you retire, you can take all your money and assets to another country. They can tax all they want, but they'll still be losing out. Don't do that. Because if you move all your assets out of America, you pay an exit tax, and you have to give up your American citizenship. Just so you're aware, America taxes its citizens regardless of their location. I've already looked into this because I wanted to go to Ireland. Yeah, you have to give up your American citizenship, which obviously I can't because my pension comes from the government. If I give up my citizenship, I give up my pension. So don't say I'm going to move all my assets to another country. You can do that, but there is a process by which you have to do it so that you don't pay the exit tax.
That's really important. As a member of Congress, Loper Bright says that we as an agency don't have the authority to get creative. If Section 202 of the Clean Air Act
No, but you don't have, excuse me, you do not have the right to say climate change does not exist, that it's a hoax, and that's where this administration is coming from.
I understand you're upset that you don't know what Loper Bright is. Do you know what the major policies doctrine is?
I'm upset because
you know what the major policies doctrine is?
You know what, let me just
You're a
say
member
this
of
to you.
Congress. You should know.
Well, you have moved from someone who defended the environment to all of a sudden
Being very defensive about not knowing the two biggest landmark Supreme Court cases of the last year with regards to your question.
You are very defensive about.
He's like, we don't even treat, this has become such a us versus them. Like, he is absolutely correct. Why am I talking to you if you don't fucking know? No, the environment shouldn't be put on the back burner. The environment should be put on the front burner. Because if you put it on the back burner, then you're going to make a whole bunch of fucking decisions. And then 5 years later, you're going to have to redo them because you're going to say this wasn't good for the environment. If you put the environment on the front burner, then what you're doing is you're saying, we're going to put it on the front burner, but we're going to address some other things first, but always with the idea in mind, how does this impact the environment? We're going to run a bullet train from Chicago to St. Louis, and we're going to run it on this route. Nope, we can't go through there because that goes through a national park. The environment's important. We're not going to get $20 million into the planning and realize, oh shit, we didn't think about the environment.
Changing your policy and your positions with regard to the environment. Okay. Now, you just tell me.
Do you want me to tell you what the two biggest Supreme Court cases are of the last few years?
This is what I want you
Michigan
to tell me.
versus EPA.
Whoa.
West Virginia versus EPA.
You know, you're here because you need money from us. So halt for the second and wait for the questions and answer the question.
Well, I answered your question,
no, you
and you didn't like my answer because you don't know what Loper Bright is, because you don't know what the major policies doctrine is, because you're asking me about Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, and you don't read it. You don't know what it says.
Listen, and
she's so upset because we have allowed our politics to devolve into name calling. She asks a question. We need to get to where it's like a game of chess. 5 minutes on the clock. You finish answering your question. You used 1 minute. Well, we'll say you used 30 seconds. You now have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on your clock. The trick here is this person has 5 minutes to give answers. So they have to, and maybe they get a little more. Maybe they get 8 minutes to give answers. We'd have to, I don't know what the magic number is. But we're going to stop the guests from constantly saying, thank you for the question, da-da-da. Fuck you into thanking people for the question. You're here to answer questions. You're not going to say thank you every time. You've asked me a question. Are you familiar with the Supreme Court ruling, da-da-da? And then I'm going to hit my button. It's going to send it back to you. And then you say, no, I'm not familiar with that ruling. Comes back to me. Okay, what the Supreme Court has ruled is that da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Send it back to you. Like chess, don't have it devolve into this bullshit name calling. Do you know this? No. Then why am I fucking talking to you? It should be like, are you aware of Section 202? No, I am not. I should be able to hit my button. Point of order. As the head of the EPA, I should be able to look at the chairman. Mr. Chairman, point of order. I would like to pause my time and go into the pool of I have to explain shit minutes. And the chairman says, I'm going to allow you to go into the pool of you have to explain shit minutes. Or they're going to say, we're going to have the person that explains shit stand up now and say, this is the ruling, this is the impact, this is the ramifications. But this fucking woman is literally not listening.
What you want to do is to deny. No,
I actually read the law. I do my homework.
Really?
You're just somebody who likes to have the microphone on. You know what I have to do? I read the law.
You know,
I read the Supreme Court cases.
To this, and I would say
no,
this,
what you should do for your constituents is actually read statute.
The budget is at real risk.
Read your Supreme Court.
This is the Appropriations Committee.
Oh, you care about science? Now you're threatening to defund it?
Oh my God! No, you don't fund
because
science.
You don't know what Loper Bright is. Because you don't know what the major policies doctrine.
So and now the other problem is that the chairman is gavelled, and she's still talking. We've got to hold that. That should be. That should be $1,000 fine. He picked up the gavel. Gavel, 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 gavel. She keeps talking. He should say to the court reporter, please fine her. Please annotate into the record. I have fined her $1,000 for talking after the gavel. To the EPA chief, I will remind you, when I gavel, you stop speaking. I cannot fine you, but I can hold you in contempt.
Your message to our folks at the...
Now he's talking. There's the gavel again. When I gavel, you shut the fuck up.
EPA is that you wanted to fund us.
I don't have to listen to this BS.
Excuse me. This BS, that'll be $1,000 fine. Please note for the record, this individual is now fined $1,000 for talking after the first gaveling to order, $1,000 for the second gaveling to order, and $1,000 for conduct unbecoming of a member of Congress while in committee. I suggest you shut the fuck up now. I'll take my $1,000 fine because you ain't going to be able to come in. You ain't going to make no money this week.
BS.
We're not going to give any.
You think I made up these cases?
For you.
Yeah, I think you have made up a whole
I made up Loper Bright. I made up West Virginia versus EPA. I made up Michigan versus EPA.
Woe is right. What are you doing? Why are you helping polluters?
We're not going to get any very far by talking on top of each other so that no one can hear. If you ask a question, you have to give the witness an opportunity to respond.
I do not have to have the witness attack me.
Oh, I do not have to have the witness attack me. She couldn't get her viral clip, so she created her viral clip. What you should do for your constituents is read the statutes. How can you amend a law? How can you amend a law that you haven't read? How can you author a new law when you haven't read the Supreme Court's ruling on the law? This is our fucking problem. We can't. You're right. We can't fix anything because people want to be popular. I don't give a shit about being popular. I don't give a shit about being hated. That guy that got mad at me earlier today, I'm gonna go to bed fucking tonight and not have a fucking problem sleeping. I don't give a shit. That's not gonna bother me. There are 3, 4, 5. I'll count all 5 today because none of them have pissed me off lately. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 11. There's 11 people on the planet right now that I personally give a shit if they're mad at me at the end of the day. It's my wife, my kids, and my grandkids. Not my dad, not my siblings, not my nieces, not my... I don't give a fuck about any of them. They fine, get mad at me. I missed the birthday. I forgot to send a card. You thought I was cheap with the check I sent? I don't give a shit. My wife, my kids, my grandkids. They give a shit if they're mad at me when I lay down. All them cocksuckers in that room... The chairman, he let that get out of control. He's not a chairman. He let that devolve into chaos. Would it be wrong if we just took children and raised them and taught them nothing but politics so we have elites in 20 years? Yes, because you don't need to teach people politics. Teaching people politics is teaching them this bullshit game. What we need to teach them, teach them decency, common sense, ethics, values, morals, not morality, ethics, values, morals, logic, decency. It's like yesterday. Had my hands not been killing me, I would have, I would have written a journal, a blog article. Yesterday, I was walking out of Cracker Barrel. I had to get my back worked on. I'm gonna probably have to have spinal surgery. Not looking forward to that. Took my wife out to breakfast because I was feeling okay. I could go out yesterday. As we were coming out of Cracker Barrel, there was a nice elderly black lady walking in. So I held one door because I'd held the door open for my wife. I held one door. My wife held the other door. And as I started to go out, there was a younger black lady coming in, and she had something in both hands, like a present, I think. So I kept holding the door, and she was she's like, "Thank you so much, thank you so much." As I started to walk, in comes a younger black man. He's got like a diaper bag, another bag. His hands are full. And I'm holding the door. I'm like, come on. Just laughing with him. And he's like, kind of like got that hopeful look in his eyes. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. He's got that hopeful look in his eyes that my Mexican wife is gonna be a decent human being. And then he sees me holding the other door. He's got that hopeful look in his eyes that we're gonna be decent human beings. So I'm like, come on, and I'm doing the round third hand motion. Come on. He's laughing and he's like shuffling. Like, no, like that's how we end racism. We don't have to fucking have a big summit on ending racism. We don't have to fucking pay reparations. We don't have to do any of that. We just have to be decent fucking human beings to everybody. It's like I told you guys, I used to, because I'm retired and I'm usually not in a hurry. I used to stop all the time for people. I have a T-bar in my truck because my hands have been pretty bad my shoulder, been pretty bad for about 9 years. So I have a T-bar in my truck to break off my lug nuts if I have to change a tire. I used to stop all the time. I used to just walk up to people. I used to grab the T-bar, walk up, be like, "Hey, having a problem with your lug nuts?" Be like, "Yeah." Be like, "You want me to break them off for you?" Because people get them put on with the air gun, then they get stuck. So it takes like 2 minutes. Pop. Be like, "You got the rest of it? I can stay and help." Most guys will be like, "No, I got it. I just couldn't get the fucking lug nuts off with this piece of shit." Yeah, no problem. 2 times in a row, I stopped to help. Once was a guy, and he yelled at me, and he's like, "Junior, I know how to change a tire." All right, dickhead. Next time, a woman is like, "I don't need your help." All right, motherfucker. Well, I drove where I was going, was driving back. Both times, the person that just refused the help was still sitting on the side of the road. They're like, "Oh yeah, you nailed that one, motherfucker. You're still here an hour and 10 minutes later. Good to see you know what you're doing." Let's see. Unfortunately, you take a good person, they would get chewed alive by the system that had generations of people perfecting on how to abuse the system. Well, yeah. What we have, maybe it's not that people stopped caring. Maybe it's the people that care are just exhausted. Maybe because there's maybe because there's no reward for being a good person, no tangible reward. There's no tangible reward for being a good person, but there's a ton of criticism when you don't do enough. Yeah, only punishments because you run your name through the mud. What do I think about the second Comey indictment? Can we be honest? Donald Trump's a fucking pussy. He's a fragile little man who Anybody that says anybody derogatory about him, he investigates. Now, as far as the Comey one, because it's a grand jury indictment, 8647 is eliminate or kill president number 47. Like, look, do I agree with the law that says you can't threaten the president? Yes. Do I believe that some of the shit that's said about President Trump is fair? Yeah. Is he a warmonger? Yes. Is he a war criminal? Abso-fucking-lutely. If Donald Trump doesn't order the drawdown, I believe in the next 13 hours, Donald Trump will be in violation of the War Powers Act, unless Congress gives him an AUMF, an authorized use of military force, or a declaration of war by midnight East Coast time tonight. Hold on. Let me back that up. I said 13 hours. I should have said 38 hours because I got to account for Zulu time and I got to account for the 30th because there's some question as to when hostilities began. But by May 1st, we have to be drawing down. But what's going to happen if Donald Trump doesn't? Nothing, because we can't impeach him. America needs to stop amending your laws and making them longer to begin with. You can argue that you need new amendments to fix said issues, but on the other hand, it means the original document was flawed and you were just inserting a patchwork solution. No, that amendments are not indicating that the original document was flawed. The Constitution wasn't perfect. The Constitution wasn't designed to be perfect. It was designed to be a living, breathing document with the ability to be amended as future generations needed new boundaries and or stronger, more narrow confines in some places and broader boundaries in others. I do agree with you that we need to stop amending our laws and making them longer. What we need is we need to strike laws down and rewrite them. We don't need to have 15,000 pages of gun control law. What we need... Right. But... You're right when it comes to laws. We need to rewrite them and not amend them. Be like, this is what the intention is. This is how it's written. Let's rewrite it. The problem is our system is always in... Everything is always in process. So you have a law, and this law, this is circuit court, this is appeals court, this is state Supreme Court, this is federal Supreme Court. You can have the same law being challenged in 4 places at the same time. The moment this ruling comes down, it affects all these cases. How would you trust them to rewrite laws? The same way I trust them to write laws. Because they rewrite laws all the time. When they do things, they are essentially rewriting laws. If you've never read through laws, it says, and this law shall be amended to say this. They write amendments into laws, like hundreds of pages of the Big Beautiful Bill were sections of, and this law shall be amended, and this line of this law shall be amended, and this line of this law shall be amended. Trusting them to write new organic laws is no more or less scary than trusting them to write new laws. Do you agree that hateful rhetoric against Donald Trump has encouraged others to carry out assassination attempts on him? Yes, I do. Hate begets hate. Violence begets violence. But what I will also say is Donald Trump's rhetoric against other people. Donald Trump's rhetoric against other people has encouraged people to carry out assassination attempts against him. Hi. You want your girlfriend? You gonna be nice? Give me 1 second. You gonna be nice? Nice, yes. Okay, I'm gonna say this. You said, bro, seriously, Trump is responsible for his own attempts. Yes, when you say radical things, when you speak hate, you inspire people. By the way, President Obama had between 11 to 13 assassination attempts against him. The most significant one was Oscar Ramiro Ortega Hernandez. She fired shots at the White House in 2011. Then there was 2008, 3 individuals were arrested with a high-powered rifle within vantage point during the Democratic National Convention. Those are the big ones. But there were between 11 and 13 assassination attempts. But where the difference is Donald Trump has actively been shot at. He's been shot at, unlike Obama when the White House was shot at. But yeah, you said, bro, seriously, Trump is responsible for his own assassination attempts. When you preach hate, when you speak hate, you move people to hate. I would be interested to hear your counter argument to why you wouldn't believe that. I would be interested in the counter argument to when you drive people into poverty, when you push people into desperation, and people still are responsible for their own actions. And yeah, you're right. People are still responsible for their own actions. Talk is talk, except when it's the president talking and the president taking actions, it's talk is talk and actions are actions. Donald Trump is responsible for 15 million people losing their health insurance coverage. I could definitely understand why 15 million people would have a reason to be disgruntled with the president. I never preach violence. I never condone violence. I never sanction violence. I was a member of the military for 15 years until I was medically retired. I understand that military force is a continuation of diplomacy. But Donald Trump impacted millions of lives. The position of the U.S. president already places you as the highest targetable person, regardless of who the person in office is. Yeah, the office of the president of the United States is the most powerful office, used to be on the planet. Now, quite after what Trump has done in his 2 terms, arguably maybe not as influential as before. I just think that if people want to shoot Trump, they don't know their own government. It's filled with radicals right now. Well, right. And that's people not understanding their government. More of your problems come from your local level than come from the federal level. When Biden was president, the right thought we were losing everything and none tried to kill the president. Until you condemn all this nonsense, idiots will find a way to justify killing our own leader. Okay. You kind of went off the reservation there. Why is it people on the right I don't think Biden had. Joe Biden had a couple of low-level attempts. Yeah. There was a handful of low-level attempts. When Biden was president, a bunch on the right thought we were losing everything. Well, right. No, Trump's had three times he's directly been shot at. Let's not blur lines here. I haven't said Trump only had 3 attempts. The difference between Obama and Trump is I don't know how many total assassination attempts against Trump there have been. I said Trump has been the target 3 times. Trump himself has been shot at 3 times. Well, okay, we'll make it. He's been directly shot at once. Whether or not you believe the bullet grazed his ear or a piece of glass from the teleprompter hit his ear, either way, 2 people directly behind him were shot and killed. Let's just say it that way. 2 people behind the president were shot and killed. 2 more were wounded. He was wounded, either glass in his ear or a bullet. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because nobody can win that argument. There's been other assassination attempts. The one down at Mar-a-Lago, the one just this past week at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. He technically wasn't shot at those times. The shooter was closer. Barack Obama, one of the times he was shot at, he was in the White House, which you're not going to shoot into the White House. Now, back to this point. A bunch on the right thought we were losing everything, and no one tried to kill POTUS. Well, they did. I think what the problem is that they stop assassination attempts all the time. People don't understand that they don't publicize. They don't make huge deals about things. They try to keep the lid on assassination attempts. They try to keep the lid on breaking up domestic terrorist cells. Like, most people don't know this, but there were 600 domestic terrorism attacks stopped in the year following 9/11. Why would you want assassins to know what does or doesn't work? Exactly. Now, as far as if Trump only had 3 attempts and Obama had 13 or 14, does that insinuate Obama had hateful rhetoric as well? What inspired the attempts on Barack Obama? Some people were upset with Barack Obama because they knew what the Affordable Care Act was going to do. There were lots of people that were warning this country, warning the government, saying, if you pass the Affordable Care Act as written, you are not going to help America. You are going to crush America because the Affordable Care Act as written doesn't help anybody. And guess what we're finding out now? Holy shit. All the critics of the Obamacare Act as written, not the idea that everybody deserves universal health care, not the idea of it, but the implementation of it. Obamacare didn't help the fucking system. It made it worse. Obamacare made the system worse. So, Trump makes himself a more accessible target than Biden by appearing publicly on more occasions. Yeah, that's also true. Biden, he was a puppet in quite a few people's eyes. His mind was too far gone to be a puppet in their eyes. Who wants to shoot a puppet? Somewhat true. Also, and with the racist level of America, why were there a lot of people that might have considered assassinating Joe Biden that didn't? Because they didn't want a black woman president. And yet people are still trying to make excuses for the Affordable Care Act. It's because people don't know how to articulate the idea that I want the goal, but I don't want the process. People want universal health care. It's great. I talk about it on my show all the time. I also talk about how the affordable health, to give every American health care in the beginning years would exceed $4 trillion a year. And we only make $5.25 trillion in tax revenue. And we're spending $6. So unless we want to be adding $4 trillion more to the national debt every year, we've got to cut some stuff. I'm not saying that affordable healthcare isn't achievable, because it is. But people don't want to talk about the simple fact that 91 and change % of Americans have healthcare. A lot of the people that do the talking point, they say, well, all the European countries have free healthcare. First of all, it's not free. It's government provided. Second of all, we have 77 million people on Medicare. That's a larger number than European countries have. Oh, okay. I have a feeling that you're going to be my problem child of the day. Biden was too hard to find. Yeah, he was in the White House, the most secured building on the planet. You still think Kamala didn't win because she was black? No, nobody said that. Please argue the points that are said. Nobody talked about Kamala not winning the election because she's black. Most of the right don't care at all what someone looks like. She very poorly explained her platform and only sat for one interview in the 30 days leading up to the election. How can a rational person vote for that? I'm going to stop you right here because this is going to be hard for you to hear. Please don't come onto a Twitch streamer show and try to be a subject matter expert if you don't do two things. Thing number one, tell me what your credentialing is. More importantly, thing number two, please have the common decency and respect to ask me what my credentialing is. Because if you want to have your own show, Twitch is free, OBS is free, and I have a guide for new creators. I don't mind if people have an opinion, but can you please have an opinion that's not condescending? Because I'm gonna put up even money. Your qualifications and poli sci don't trump mine. I'm willing to blind bet that. I think you're one of these people that thinks you're the smartest person when you walk in the room. I got bad news for you. You might be, but it's unlikely. Double down. I'm pretty fucking certain you're not the most educated person in the chat right now. I think you need to dial back your tone and maybe read the room a little bit. Maybe just some friendly advice. Maybe nobody's ever pulled you to the side and said that to you before. She was Biden's VP. If someone killed Biden, she's now the president. Some people might like that less than Biden in charge. Yeah, exactly. That's why some people that might have assassinated Joe Biden didn't assassinate Joe Biden. That's the point I was making. Because some people would have said, I'd rather have a sleepy old man white puppet. Yes, I have a TBI. Some people would say, I would rather have a sleepy old man white puppet than a black woman president. Now, the U.S. would lose their minds if they ever got subjected to NHS-type healthcare. That's a good statement. That's a really good statement. Some people in the U.S. would love to be subjected to that, to be honest. You're right for the most part, though. Some people would say this sucks. Kamala was dishonest. I thought she was Indian, then she was black. That's a big problem with Kamala Harris. Nobody knows what she is. Because she was the first black, then she was the first Southeast Asian, then she was this, then she was that. It's really difficult for you to have legitimacy when people don't know what you are. That's a good point. They will fight against everything that goes against their side, even if they're deadly wrong. Yes, that's the other problem we're having in American politics. People fight against everything that's not their side simply because it's not their side, because it wasn't their idea, because they're not going to get the kudos, because they're not going to get the credit, they're not going to get the accolades, they're not going to get to run the video clips, so they're against it automatically. Your population is not healthy enough in terms of diet and whatnot to make universal healthcare system implementation viable. That is also correct. We as a population need to be healthier because we spend $1 trillion a year on obesity and $800 billion a year on obesity-related conditions secondary to obesity. Asthma, heart disease, heart failure, neuropathy, blood clots, having to knock down walls to take people out, to take them to their hospital appointments. My stance on universal health care in the U.S. is that if you can't fund and administer Medicare to the 77 million right now, don't think somehow expanding 5 times can be funded and administered correctly. Yeah, what I say is the government already oversees 4 healthcare programs: Medicare, Medicaid, TRICARE, and the VA. And as a person who has experienced all 4 of those, 3 of those firsthand, 1 for one of my daughters, the government doesn't administer shit properly. Without going through the whole story, it took me 13 months to see a pulmonologist. And I have 3 health insurances. Giving everybody health care doesn't automatically give you more pulmonologists. It gives you more people who need to see pulmonologists. Is there a way to make it so in the future logic can win instead of just being a popularity contest? No. No, there's not. I can understand the separate healthcare for the veterans, but why do the other ones exist? Why not roll them all into one? It's a great question. It's because of how they're funded. TRICARE pays for the active duty military, their families and their beneficiaries. Pays for those people. TRICARE, so active duty military, those serving on active duty orders, their spouses, their dependents, their other beneficiaries, and retirees. If you retire with your pension, 20 years, or medically like I did, you keep your TRICARE. Then, if there's anything broken with you or you served honorably, you also can get VA healthcare. Medicare is for disabled people and old people. And then Medicaid is for poor people. We can't put them all into one pot because if we did, we would have a problem with funding. I thought I had pulled...
This runs 3 minutes.
I thought I had pulled down a video. I think it's this video.
Remember when Hillary Clinton said this?
I'm a little different than those who say free for everybody. I am not in favor of making college free for Donald Trump's kids.
Her argument was that because Bernie Sanders championed tuition-free public college for all, he was backing a giveaway to the wealthy. Fast forward 10 years, and the New York Times is making the same accusation about Zohran Mamdani's free public childcare plan, pointing out that the rich will paradoxically end up getting free public childcare too. The thing is, Zohran and Bernie didn't just forget to exclude rich people from their plans. The wealthy should get free public childcare. Let me explain why. On the surface, the argument against universal services makes sense. It's hard enough to find the money for social programs, so the people who need them most should be the first in line, right? This approach is called means testing. But what happens in practice is that when the most vulnerable and the least powerful people in society benefit exclusively from a particular entitlement, especially in a system where taxes go up with income, this ends up feeling less like a collective public good and more like charity. Then, when the economy contracts, as it always does under capitalism, the middle and upper classes start asking why their money is going to state-sponsored charity. That's why programs like Medicaid and SNAP repeatedly end up on the chopping block. By contrast, it's a lot harder to go after programs like Medicare and Social Security because everyone pays in and everyone gets to benefit. Those aren't charity, they're just how our system works. Another way to think about this is that targeted programs make easy targets. And not only that, but they're often plagued by bureaucratic dysfunction that blocks the very same low-income families they're intended to help from even using them, sometimes by design. Universal social programs that are accessible to everyone are much more politically durable. They generate buy-in from a broader segment of the population and become established as permanent social institutions over time. One of the most notable examples of this in the US is the K-12 public school system. A means testing approach might say that public schools should be available only to families who can't afford even the cheapest private school. But that would risk dooming public schools to extinction when people who don't need them grow weary of paying for them, and privatizers and right-wing opponents use that weariness to wipe them out. Instead, because anyone can attend public schools regardless of income level, they're widely considered a social right for every child, rather than a handout.
Our taxes must provide the necessary funds to improve and expand our school system.
When you understand this, you see that a free childcare center on the wealthy Upper East Side, along with centers in poorer parts of New York City, is actually a feature meant to make public childcare something that we all come to take for granted as a basic component of a functioning and humane society. And as socialists, we should extend that same approach of universalism, not just to education and childcare, but to healthcare and so much more.
So, she's absolutely spot on. The problem becomes, if you make it a thing for the poor, it's state-sponsored charity. If you make it a thing for everybody, then it's just the way it's always been. And believe it or not, some of the weirdest groups of people are the ones advocating against private healthcare. Or private or public, free public care. It's private healthcare providers. The 3 daycares we have in our town, they don't want to see public daycare provided, because then they go out of business or they become government contractors. My concern with government provided healthcare, or I keep saying healthcare, government provided daycare, is that I don't feel that it puts the pressure on the family to stop having kids when they can't afford them. As I said, I have a friend who has 4 kids living in the house. She has 1 older child like I do, and she shouldn't have had 4 kids because she can't afford them. I have 1 kid left living at home. This woman and I are the same age. I have 5 years left of parenting. In 5 years, my last kid will be 18. I believe, if I remember correctly, my friend has 12 years left of parenting to do. 11 or 12. The financial burden that children place on you is a guardrail. It's a speed bump. It says you shouldn't have more kids. I like the public school example, and it's one of those things where I am for vouchers, but I'm for vouchers to move your kid to a different public school. I think in the past I've talked about being for school vouchers, and I didn't clarify. I'm good for vouchers where you can move your kid into any other public school. If you want to take your kid out of the public school system, you can, but you're not getting all the money out. We might give you a kicker, we might give you a rebate, a small amount of money back, because you're not sending your kid to the public school, so therefore you'll get a prorated refund back, but we need your money to keep the school building functional. Like, once again, the people in my town are pissed off and angry because the town, the school board, the school district didn't pay attention to a leak, and I wish I had taken a picture of it. They had to rip out a whole stairwell of the high school because it's rotted, it's full of black mold. It's the middle of testing week last week, and they're ripping out a stairwell while the kids are in school. Or it was basically either you get the black mold ripped out or the kids can't come into the building. You either go into active remediation. It's shocking how your town is still standing. My town is upside down financially. My town is getting so sketchy. I have an emergency bailout plan. The one good thing about my town is it will never completely fail because it's government subsidized, because it's the closest suburb, suburb to the base. We're 3 minutes from the base. So a lot of people that need to respond quickly to the base like to live here because they're 3 to 5 minutes away. You're on your way to Florida or Ireland? Yeah, I'm on my way down to like Lakeland, Florida, or if the country shits the bed, then I'm on my way to Ireland. Mainly because I'm already a citizen there and my kids are, and I'll have to pay double taxes, but that's okay. Got to do what you got to do. What you said was, the problem with this is who determines the logic. Are you talking about outsourcing our elections to AI? No matter what, if you put some sort of logic in place, it essentially removes the voter from the process. And then, I don't know what the problem would be worse than we currently have. I would be happier knowing that when logical arguments get shot down, it's because the opposing side's logic is just automatic loss in the current system. Well, I think the big problem we have at the moment, to be completely honest, is both sides are more interested in beating the other side than they are about taking care of America. It takes us, like right now, we still haven't funded the Department of Homeland Security. I don't understand how people are comfortable and or okay with the idea that we don't have the Department of Homeland Security funded. Really? I would want that. I would want that funded immediately, today, right now. Like, that's ICE, that's Customs, that's the Coast Guard. They've been limping along with discretionary funds. Those funds run out next week again. I don't want to hear Mike Johnson passing anything. I don't want any other bills being worked on until we get the government funded. It makes me sick. It genuinely makes my head hurt looking at our country. We would get more results if we let children argue for our politics. You probably would. You probably absolutely would. What really needs to happen is voters being more intelligent and recognizing flawed logic and policies. But these are emotional times, and most of us humans are ruled by our emotions. Yeah, I also read that the IRS is not funded, which might be a slight issue. Yeah. Yep. How can we hope to stay in front of bill collection if we're not sure we're collecting money? It's the other one that I saw. We talked about Germany. Oh yeah, this one. The United Arab Emirates quit OPEC as Iran war raises Gulf tensions. The UAE is the third largest oil producer in OPEC behind Saudi Arabia and Iraq, leaving the group is likely to be a precursor to increasing oil production. The UAE said Tuesday it would leave OPEC, the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries, which coordinates oil output among leading energy producing nations. This is actually good for the world, because for 60 some odd years, the 50 some odd years, the world has dealt with OPEC specifically limiting production capability, so that there's never too much on the market and there's never not enough on the market. But right now, with the Strait of Hormuz closed, there's not enough on the market. As you can see right here, there's gas prices started rising for no explainable reason. So the war, can I zoom this in one? No, I can't. So the war started on the 22nd of February. The gas prices jumped 40 cents within 2 weeks. There was no need for that. This jump that happened was a predictive jump. This line should have been more leveled out. Like that. This fucking straight vertical line. It's because the oil company saw an opportunity to profit take. So they profit took. And they put a bow on it of, well, we're predictive pricing in order to keep supply, so when we move into the summer months, when people drive and travel more. But with OPEC saying, well, with UAE saying they're leaving OPEC, once we figure out how to get their oil onto the open market, prices should come down. Notice that Donald Trump said he was going to give a 30-day pause on Russian sanctions so they could sell oil. Who'd they sell oil to? Russia was like, fuck you, Don. We're not selling oil. We're not selling oil to anybody but our friends. Should, but 2026 has been the definition of no plan survives contact. Yeah. I said this for years. You know, I'm going to die and some alien species is going to find the VODs of my streams. And the alien's going to be like, why did they not listen? They had him right here. I said, that's just companies being companies. It is companies being companies. I said back when Donald Trump was elected president, I wasn't a streamer yet because I was still active duty military. What I said to my wife was, I said, this presidency is going to be a wild fucking ride, because what's going to happen is the rest of the world is going to find out the insanity clause of our Constitution. The founding fathers thought the brilliance of our Constitution was that a common citizen could become president. The insanity of our Constitution is that a common man can become president. Donald Trump showed the world, oh shit, we might maybe want to play some ball here. We might want to maybe, you know, be nice, be good, play well together. The Houthi rebels earlier, or in his second term of office, the Houthi rebels stepped out of line, fired some rockets at some ships, and he hit like 700 targets. Exxon is the largest U.S. investor in UAE oil production as well. Yeah. Remember, all of the Middle East was built with American oil manufacturing partnerships with the Middle East. The Arab American Oil Company, they all went over there. People have lost impulse control over the years. Voting with your wallet only happens in the extremes now. You're right. Like, for example, Disney World, Disney Orlando, is so desperate to get people to come this summer. They're basically giving things away. It's because people don't have any money in their wallet, so people don't even have money to vote with. What is the purpose of OPEC? If it seems like groups are working together to keep certain price floor on oil, that's exactly what the purpose of OPEC was. The purpose of OPEC was to limit the production of oil production so that the price stayed above a floor and below a ceiling. Because too low is bad, too high is bad. People going into debt over DoorDash in droves can help me reinforce my argument there. You're right. People put DoorDash on their credit card, and then they carry that credit card balance for 2 years. I really hope that fucking Burger King was worth it. As I said once about DoorDash, the only time you should be getting DoorDash is when you're injured or you're too sick to go out. Or they put it on the company card, yeah. The only time you should be getting DoorDash is when you're like in a cast and you can't drive. Because if you can drive, you can cook. Credit card debt at all-time high. Something's got to give eventually. You know what's got to give? I'm going to take this comment because I love this comment. I love all of this comment. I want you to recognize this comment as a person who has never deliberately carried a credit card balance. I've only one time accidentally carried a credit card balance, and they waived it because I've had a credit card for, well, shit. And I'm 46 and a half years old, and I've had a credit card for 46 and a half years. My parents opened a credit card with my name as a user when I was born. The problem here is something has got to give. And unfortunately, what people are looking for is for the credit card companies to give. And while I agree, a good solution would be if the credit card companies, through their own goodwill and charity, would lower all interest rates this year to 10% and cap them at 10% for 12 months for all users. And I think that would be good for them to do before credit card companies do have goodwill unless you fuck them over. You do realize credit card companies don't actually want to collect your interest money, right? Credit card companies don't actually want you to carry a balance. It's this really bad understanding of credit cards. Credit card companies don't want you to have a balance. What a credit card company wants you to do is this. Credit card company wants me, I don't know why my leg fell off, wants me to go in there with my Discover card. They want me to buy the item for $100 so that Discover gets $2.30. I get a negative $100 bill, right? The credit card companies don't sell your debt. What are you talking about? Credit card company never sells your debt. Credit card companies don't sell your debt until you don't pay it. That's why credit card companies show up at court when you try to declare bankruptcy. That's why credit card companies oppose bankruptcy filings. Because it's bad for them. Credit card companies don't sell your debt. They hold on to it. The thing here is the credit card company wants me to buy the $100 item. So the credit card company Discover gets the $2.30 processing fee, and they want their money at the end of the month. They love when I give them their money at the end of the month. They love that so much, they're willing to give me $5 back for the purchase. Yeah, different banks carry Visa and MasterCard. If you ever look at your Visa, every Discover starts with 6009, 6007. They all start with the same four numbers because there's only one Discover. Hold on, we're not to the goodwill part yet. Not to the goodwill part. The first number 4 is a Visa, 5 is a MasterCard. Right, that's because Discover and Amex are banks. Right. The first 4 numbers are the bank code. Now, It would help the economy greatly if all the credit card companies would cap interest rates for 1 year at 10%. Because let's be honest for a second, the banks aren't going to die if they suddenly only make 10% in interest this year, because they make the good money on their processing fees. It would help the economy if they kept interest rates at 10%. But here's where the other side of that equation comes in. If the goodwill starts from the bank or starts from the credit card companies, and they give everybody a year that they cap interest rates, then in exchange for that, what Grumpy Old Man just said is, then the banks are going to say, look, we're willing to cap credit card rates at 10% for a year, but you got to ease off our nutsack about these fucking equal lending laws that require us to give people that are credit risks credit lines of credit, because number one, it wastes our fucking time, and number two, we're losing a lot of money chasing after people who we know won't pay, but you tell us by law we have to extend a limited minor line of credit. Look, go back to the housing crunch of 2008. I know it's a joke, I know it's hyperbole, but it paints the picture for you. You had fucking strippers having 5 rental properties because mortgage rates were so good that strippers were becoming landlords, all right? People with no reliable, stable, steady source of income were being able to get 5 mortgages. And because people complain, truth in lending, equity of lending, equity of access. The only equity of, I don't want to give a shit about what color you are. And I'll tell you, I'll fucking tell you why I get a mortgage every time at whatever rate I want. You know why I get whatever mortgage rate I want, whatever mortgage terms I want? Here's why. And this is how fucked our system is. But I'll let you know, I'll let you into the secret. Jay, what's your secret? Jay, you're white. How do you have a secret? Here's the secret. I'm white, and I'm rich, and I'm a male, and my wife is Mexican. Ding, ding, ding. Every fucking credit application is approved automatically. Why? Because my wife is Mexican and I'm white and rich. You're fucked if you deny me. If you tell me I can't get a line of credit, that's discrimination. That's fucking... What? Excuse me, what are you saying? I have a credit rating of 825. Are you telling me that I can't have a loan because my wife is Mexican? Why are you being a racist? Why are you being bigoted? Why are you being bigoted and a racist and discriminatory? And then you start filing the appropriate complaints, and holy shit, the fucking bank just drops their pants and bends over the desk, and they say, we'll take it all from you so we don't take it from the banking organizations. Something's got to give. I agree with you. You know what's got to give? People and their wasteful spending. There's 2 types of people in the economy right now. There's the people that, honest to God, cannot meet their bills. There are people trying to live, they are trying to fill their basic needs. Shelter, food, water. Right? There are people trying to meet that. And then there are people that are saying, I can't live the lifestyle I want. My daughter is experiencing this firsthand. My daughter doesn't have a job. My daughter doesn't have income. She can't. My daughter cannot work. To let you know how fucked my daughter's health is, my daughter went to the doctor yesterday. My 20-year-old, she's so fucked her immune system. The doctor was like, You need a pneumonia shot. When she hates shots. Why do I need a pneumonia shot? Because right now, if you get pneumonia, you'll fucking die. That was the doctor's response. Like, look, you need a pneumonia shot because if you get pneumonia, you'll fucking die. Pretty clear? Like, is there any other way I can say this to you? You are currently unable to fight off pneumonia. He's like, I need you to go over to the hospital and I need you to get blood drawn. I thought I had set a new family record with 8 vials of blood. My daughter went to get her blood drawn yesterday. 10 vials of blood. I didn't know my daughter had 10 vials of blood in her teeny tiny ass body. 10 vials of blood. We already started getting some of the results back. Some of it, eat a fucking steak. Some of it, she's probably gonna fucking die anyway. But it's like your health concerns prevent you from working. She's like, but I don't have any money to go do anything I want. Because you can't fucking work. And if you can work, then you pay your fucking rent. Then you pay your utilities. Then you pay your fucking car insurance. Then you pay your gas. And she's starting to get it now. She's like, yeah, I'm bored, but I'm bored and I'm able to get healthy. Or I can go to work and stay sickly. Either way, I'm going to be in bed all the time. That's what's got to give with people. I wonder how many COVID checks were eaten by DoorDash. Lots of them. Lots of them were eaten by DoorDash. I did notice you eat a lot of steak. Is that a health thing? Yes, I have to eat a lot of steak. I have to take an injection. In fact, I just took it today. I have to take an injection. You'll see me drinking a lot of these. You'll see me eating, well, you won't see me eating yogurt. I try not to eat it on the stream. But when I'm not feeling well, you'll see me drink a Core Power. I eat a lot of steak, a lot of chicken. I need more protein than the average person. Because the injection that I take binds with protein, and the more protein I eat, the better the medication binds. When you were in basic, they held me all day at the hospital doing a diabetes test for my flight physical. No damn food and blood draws like every hour. Oh, I hate that shit. They're checking your glucose and your A1C. That's so gross. The entire modern global economy is going to give. It has to. The entire global economy. I hate to be a prick about it, right? I hate to be a prick about this shit, but we need to be teaching kids this, because adults don't know this. Adults say their life is terrible. I want to be completely honest. If you have all of these things, if you have air, water, food, shelter, sleep, clothing, and I'm going to take reproduction off of this list because I know what Maslow was talking about in the time frame. If he was alive today, he would put reproduction up here, no doubt. Air, water, food, shelter, sleep, and clothing. If you have air, water, food, shelter, sleep, and clothing, you are doing better than most people. If you have all of those things, you don't need much else. Because then you can start to elevate up to the things that make your life worth living. This is what you need to live. This is what you want to have. Most people are stuck down here in the rat race of the physiological needs. Friendship, intimacy, family, sense of connection. It's like the 2 people today so far that have popped in here. They have low self-esteem. I'm gonna be honest. If you're here waiting for the next Jalon rage out at somebody, it's probably not gonna happen. I just don't have the health or the energy right now to rage out at somebody. I know it's become a fucking humorous part of my streaming, but I just don't have it in me right now to fight with people that don't have self-esteem. If you hate yourself, so you want to come onto my channel, try to pick a fight with me, I'm just going to be cerebral with you now. And I'm going to have you curled up in a fetal ball in your bathroom, having a bath with your toaster. But we need to teach kids this. This is what kids need to learn. That's what kids need to be learning. People think that their life sucks because they don't have the newest Jordans or the newest this or the newest that. What the fuck? No breakfast, no lunch, no dinner. You got right back after dinner. The TI felt so bad they got you food. Grumpy old man, I was on the extra food program because I was underweight. So I had to report to the DFAC just before lights out to get my 4 pieces of bread and my 4 tins of peanut butter and my 2 chocolate milks. So I had to make 2 peanut butter sandwiches. I don't know why they didn't give us jelly, but I had 2 peanut butter sandwiches and 2 cartons of chocolate milk. And I had to eat that. I had about 5 or 6 minutes to make 2 sandwiches, wolf those down, have the 2 chocolate milks, and then go upstairs and go to bed. I was like 123 pounds and 5'11". They'd put that, yeah, they didn't, you weren't, you could get, when I went to basic, you could go to the rotating sweets counter if you were brave enough. I would never do that. You let your supervisor, who's been a pain, that as a worker, I am very independent. I thrive in routine and setting my pace with my workload. I get everything turned in on time. I would like to have an office hour window unless something is an emergency. Is that fair? Yeah, I mean, I'm going to take what Adaptable Fox said. Yeah, that is 100% absolutely fair. I think where we're having a really big disconnect in the world right now is bosses and supervisors don't know how to manage good people. They know how to manage shitbirds. They know how to micromanage. But they do not know how to macro manage. And what I mean by that is if you work really well, just have a player-to-player, pimp-to-pimp meeting with your boss, your supervisor, and just say, hey, I want to make sure that I can maximize my results for the company. And I can't maximize my results for the company this way. I have to be given, like, I work a certain way. Now, I'm more than willing to change and adapt and modify how I work, but then that'll be a transitional period where my performance may dip, or I'm hoping that you're willing. I'm hoping that you're willing to. Everyone's bombarding me. I'm hoping that you're willing to work with me, because then I think I can be one of your most productive workers. And I could not imagine living this person's life. Sorry. Anybody else in the world, I would tell them to wait till the end of the show, but this poor woman, man, this is why I do the show. I want to... If Asmongold and Hassan and other people like that can make 8 figures, I got to figure out a way to make that kind of money. Not because I need it, but because I want to start a charitable organization. So that It's like, I want to have a charitable organization so that somebody could like go to a website and fill out a form and say, yeah, I lost my job and I can't pay my rent and I can't pay my utilities. And I'll be like, cool, I got you. But anyways, this poor woman, the husband has made them, they're so poor, right? Listen to this level of fucking poverty due to a douchebag. They're so poor. They don't have enough money to even close out their accounts. So she's constantly having to move money around. Otherwise, the money gets grabbed to pay overdraft fees. They're in the negative on like 8 accounts. His fucking genius, because he managed all the money for years, his genius way to do shit was to just overdraw accounts and thinking that nothing bad was going to happen. This is where I say something's got to give. But I think we need to drag some people into center square and just beat the living shit out of them. And, you know, I'm not saying that violence is a great answer to everything, but there's some fucked up shit. I saw what you said about being homeless. Life is great. Have you ever traveled to a poor country and did you see something as giving kids meal from McDonald's? The appreciation is insane. If you're homeless here and you have access to water, more likely access to food. Yeah, there's people in this country who are homeless. They're professional beggars. They go and they panhandle all day and then they actually have a house. They're not actually homeless. We have a lot of people that are just desperate. But see, this country under Franklin Roosevelt, we had the opportunity to employ people to give them pride. And what we did was the Civilian Conservation Corps, and the Supreme Court was like, no, that's unconstitutional. It's constitutional to give people a handout, but not give people a hand up. If you have people dependent on the society, they're less likely to overthrow the society. I saw somebody ask about, I don't know if they killed the Job Corps. I thought that was on the chopping block. I think it did. Yeah, they're a huge pause in operations. Overdraft should not be a thing. If you don't have the money, purchases should get rejected. I 100, like, for example, I used to be on a lot of people's bank accounts. And the reason why I used to be on a lot of people's bank accounts was I would say to people, if you get overdrawn, the amount of time it takes, if I'm on your bank account and you get overdrawn, I'm going to get an email alert. And then I'm going to be able to move the dollar amount into your account and cover you. And then you'll owe me, not the bank. So you won't owe me the $39 overdraft fee. But the problem is I spent an awful lot of time chasing people around for my money. So I got off of everybody's account, but they didn't remove my email from the account. Chase Bank charging you a fee for having a low account balance when I was poor has permanently made me hate them and refuse to bank with them. Yeah, I think that's bullshit. Honestly, banks make money by having your money, but they charge you money. Like, my wife has a federal fiduciary account. I have to go up to the bank. Thinking about this, I have to go up to the bank and take $1 out of her accounts. They closed her federal fiduciary account once because it hadn't shown any counter activity. Why would a federal fiduciary account, and I went up and I talked to the bank manager, said, why would a federal fiduciary account ever show any bank activity? Any counter activity? And they said, well, you should be writing checks. Why? I said, each withdrawal is annotated for what it is. I move the money into the checking account. And they're like, yeah, but you should be writing the checks. I said, no, I shouldn't. And that's not your lane to tell me. I said, the way I do it, I've already had approved through the VA. So why are you trying to tell me how I should be doing it when the VA says you're wrong? So this bank manager calls the VA, and the VA, you could tell the bank manager was getting pissed. She wouldn't put it on speakerphone. She's there. I'm in her office. She's talking to him. I said, hey, would you mind putting that on speakerphone so I can hear the conversation? And she's like, no, I'm on the phone with them. You can see her getting red in the face. She's getting angry. She hangs up the phone. She's like, well, it turns out you were right. Yeah, no shit, lady. What they did one day, though, is they just closed my wife's fiduciary account with all the money still in it. That must be nice. You're of the mind if account goes negative, it should just close. Things would have to change a bunch, but I think it would be better for the poor. No, it shouldn't. An account shouldn't be able to go negative. An account should not be able to go negative. Because a check should bounce. It's not like the old days where the money used to move and then they had to do the accounting later. Banks electronically transfer the money now. But the fee off the bounce puts you negative. Right, there shouldn't be a fee because there's not a need for it anymore. The fee for the bounce in the past compensated the bank for all the man hours it took to reconcile the bounce. Because remember, in the past, the money had already moved weeks before they realized the bounce had happened. Accounts go negative so the account holder can be charged. No, that accounts used to go negative because you wrote the check. For example, I wrote a check once and I'm looking at my bank account and I'm like, why the fuck do I have $300 more than I should have? And I'm going through, and I'm like, I have a check that didn't get cashed. And I'm like, what the fuck? My fucking landscaper had lost the check on his desk, deposited it like 8 weeks later. And I'm like, oh, you motherfucker, that had I spent that money, but luckily I keep track. I was like, oh shit. The clearinghouses are basically instant now, not like yesteryear's where it could take 24 hours, not like yesteryear where it could take 2 weeks. Yeah, it could take 3 to 5 days for a check to clear back in the day. Yeah. Oh, it could take 2 weeks for a check to clear, especially when you had a regional bank in one area and a regional bank in another area. You mail a regional check to an area, they deposit it, and then shit. So that the bounce fee used to make sense. The overdraft fee was you paying for the labor of the fucking work you created of the person having to track down what went wrong. But now, and $39 for an overdraft? You bought a pack of gum on your debit card and you didn't realize you had no money in your debit account? So $1 pack of gum costs you $39 in overdraft fee? That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Will it ever change, though? Well, it will change if the system will only change if The system will only change if it's profitable for somebody to come in and take all the business. It's kind of like this. For those people that play video games, Steam had a monopoly. Steam is the largest distributor of video games. There's a couple other small competitors, Epic Games, Galaxy of Games, and Luna. Amazon Games Luna thing now that they're doing, very, very tiny, but they're trying to get there. Steam has a monopoly. Why? Because people have been convinced that you need achievements, that you need chat, that you need reviews, that you need guides, and you need the workshop. Now, of all those things, the only thing I give a shit about is the mods workshop. I don't give a fuck about people's game reviews. I don't give a shit about people's the ability to chat. In fact, if you're my friend on Steam and you try to talk to me through Steam chat, I will probably fucking ignore you, unfriend you, find you on Discord and block you. Like, what the fuck? Right? But they were charging a ridiculous amount of money. They still charge a ridiculous amount of money. But the gamers say, well, why don't better games come out? Because the developers can't make any fucking money. You lose 30. You are on the list, buddy. What list? A developer gives up $3 million out of their first 10 million. To Steam. That's huge. So then Epic Games comes out and they say, what we want to do, yeah, back in the day, you downloaded the game from the developer's website. I think Steam makes a lot of sense, right? I think Steam makes a lot of sense, but I don't think it makes a lot of sense for 30% of the first 10 million. Because how many games don't make more than $15 or $20 million? But then people complain and they say, well, why didn't that studio continuing developing the game? Because they didn't break even. They didn't turn a profit. It's an unfortunate side effect. If they don't make money, no more game. The problem is finding out about the game without Steam. Do you know what's honestly though? I don't find out about very many games from Steam. I don't organically find out about games through Steam. Some people do. Some people do. But not everybody. I think where Epic Games did a great thing is they came out and they said, we're going to have a store that charges 12%. And if you use our engine, we're not going to charge you 12 and the 5%. It'll just be 12 total. So you owe us 5% if you use our engine, and you owe us 12% if you use our store. But if you use our store and our engine, it's still only 12%. Well, that's fucking amazing for the developer. What was funny to me is people got mad because Epic Games went out and put money in the pockets of the developers by buying exclusives. And people were mad at the developer. You're mad at the developer because they're trying to make money? You're mad that the developer is taking a 6-month exclusive to put their game only on Epic Games Store. So I don't know, the developer can pay off loans, pay their people, maybe have something to eat. I think what needs to give in American society is consumerism. What we have to relate to is that, yeah, Epic Games is such a dog shit launcher, though. I'll agree with that. I will agree with you there. 100%. But I'll also say this. Steam's launcher is a piece of shit, too. Steam's launcher used to be great. You could just put that shit into offline mode. A couple of years ago when my town had the internet cable cut, it took me a good 25 minutes to get my fucking Steam launcher to understand I was offline so that I could play CK3. I knew I wasn't going to have internet for several days. I'm like, look, cocksucker, I'm offline. I know I'm offline. Just fucking load in offline mode. What the fuck? Hyper-consumerism needs to take a step back. Yes. Hyper-consumerism needs to take a step back. You don't need to own the nicest of everything all the time. That is one thing that, yeah, the people who complain about how rich Bezos is are the same people that buy stuff from Amazon 3 times a week. But I don't blame people from buying stuff from Amazon because I buy most of my stuff from Amazon. Number one, I don't have to go out and see people. It's a win in my book. Yeah, Steven Sharif is listed on my Extra Life donations. Money well donated. Exactly. I love ordering from Amazon. Number one, I don't have to leave my house. Number two, if there's a problem, I can return it at the UPS store, which has almost never got people in it. Number three, there's shit I need every month. So I have it on my subscribe and save. And so I get 15% off just by agreeing to buy the same shit every month. Once I'm done with all my vacationing this year, I'm going to sit down and re-look at my subscribe and save and put other shit on it. I'll throw a fucking ketchup bottle on there every 2 months. You love Amazon with a passion, no more Walmart. And here's the thing. Walmart, my brother is a Walmart manager. Walmart pays their managers very well. Too bad they pay their associates like dog shit. Too bad that Walmart has section leaders that got promoted simply because they showed up enough days, weeks, months in a row, dressed, wearing pants, and sober. Like, I'm sorry, but if your promotion criteria is that you didn't come to work naked, pantsless, that's not a good promotion criteria. What also we have to realize is there are people that are getting I have a friend, she got a job at Walmart. She needed a job with benefits. Earlier we talked about what did President Trump do? The guy that came in, he was clearly a pro-Trump guy, but clearly didn't like the fact that he was going to get bitch slapped all around the room. So he left. Donald Trump, what did Donald Trump do that got people to hate him? He took healthcare insurance away from 15 million people. My friend was one of them. So my friend was in a shitty job. She took the shitty job because she needed immediate healthcare insurance. She couldn't leave the shitty job unless she got a job that offers insurance from day one. She can't afford a 30-day lapse in healthcare insurance. So she got a job at Walmart because they offered her full-time health insurance from day one. She's got a fucking degree in organic chemistry. And she's an item picker for online orders at Walmart. That's what the fuck our society has turned into. We told people go to school, we told people go to college, we told people get college education. They do that, and then there's no jobs for them. So what do? They work at Walmart. Why? Because Walmart offers insurance. Shopping for groceries on Walmart.com is great. I agree with you.
Remember when Hillary...
I don't even have to go into Walmart. We have the Walmart that we drive up to the back of the store and they give you your shit. Oh, I love that. That makes me happy. That makes me so happy. Let's see. I'm going to talk about this level of racism this level of racism in America is dumb. This college tennis player suspended after telling black opponent, "At least I know my dad," during a match. He said, "At least I know my dad," to a man named John Wilson IV. What? Okay. If you're gonna be fucking racist, you shouldn't be. But if you're gonna be racist after being told you shouldn't be, the guy with the name of John Wilson IV is probably not the guy you say, "At least I know my dad." I don't know. Maybe. But that's what's wrong with our fucking society right now. Let's listen to what
New
this
York
guy
City
has to
generates
say.
more than...
Oh, yes. He's going to talk about a major problem with cities and states. This is actually a really big problem.
New York City generates more than 55% of state revenue, but receives less than 42% in return. That gap is not sustainable. And if we fail to close it, crises like these will become a routine occurrence. The PTET, in short, is a tax cut for the rich. We are not calling to eliminate the credit. We are rather asking the state for a modest reduction from 100% to 75%. That change alone will generate nearly $1 billion in additional revenue. Revenue we can invest in the buses that carry New Yorkers to work, the public schools that educate our children, the public parks and beaches where we spend our summers. And Speaker Menon and I will work with our partners in Albany to address the imbalance that has long characterized the relationship between our city and our state.
Okay, so this is a really, really large problem in America. Most of our states have between 1 and 3 large cities. Normally, there's let's say 15 major metropolises in America. And then there's usually approximately 3 large cities in every state. Those cities is where the population is. But the cities feel like they're getting a disproportionate amount of their tax revenue back. And the truth is they are getting a disproportionate amount of their tax revenue back. That's because the rest of the vacant space doesn't have the people to generate the tax revenue, but it has a need for the money. Like it's 400, hold on. It's 270 some odd miles to Chicago, I think. Let me find out. So it's approximately 305 miles to Chicago. And when you drive from my house to Chicago, when you leave my town, you get on the expressway. The moment you are on the expressway, there ain't shit. Okay? There ain't shit between here and Effingham. Effingham is the first piece of civilization you are going to run into. Like, if I'm on the map at any sort of zoom out, in 80 miles, there's only 4 towns whose name appear. And they're tiny shithole towns. When you get to Effingham, after Effingham, you've got like 45 miles to Mattoon. It's a small town. You've got 30 miles to Tuscola, small town. Then you've got Champaign. And then you've got another about hour up to Kankakee. And then from Kankakee, you're just about your Kankakee, Bradley, Bourbonnais. You're right at the bottom of the Chicago metropolitan area, but you still have about 30 minutes until you get to Chicago Heights. The question is, while I acknowledge that the cities have the predominance of the people, what do you want to do with the rest of the state? Do you want to not take care of the roads? Do you want to not have state troopers on them? Like, what are you willing to cut? And that's what I've noticed with all of these politicians. They're all always talking about, I need more money. Great, we all need more money. Like, my wife conned me, if you guys know, the great con. Madonna on the Rocks, the great con of man. I'm going to Disney 5 more times this year. Wait, May, June, August. I'm going to Disney 3 more times this year, and I'm going to Universal, and I'm going to Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween, and I'm going to try to take my family to the Christmas party. Now, part of this is on my dollar, because as I've shared with the community, I might lose my feet. It's also on her dollar, because she wants to go a lot this year, because this is the first time in a long time we've been able to get free season passes, $500 season passes. And we've already been once for my daughter's 13th birthday, so we've already gone as many times as we normally go in a year. But in order to do that, I'm not one of these crazy fuckholes who is taking out a second mortgage on my house. It's, hey, to do X, we don't do Y. To do X, we're not doing these other things. So it's like this year, a lot of the budget lines were zeroed out. There's no Fox Theater tickets this year. We're not going to the Fox Theater this season. And then my wife and my daughter were like, oh, but this show is coming. We've already committed to Disney and Universal. $0 in that fund. We're not doing Cirque du Soleil this year for the Christmas party. We're not doing the symphony orchestra. We normally go and see one of the symphony shows. It's just responsible spending. Why is it we yell at the citizen for being in debt because they don't budget responsibly, but we don't yell at the politician who doesn't spend responsibly? I mean, if we're being honest, the citizen should be less punished for their mistakes, not more punished. You got $5.25 trillion to spend. Nah, we'll spend $6 and just raise the debt ceiling. Okay, well, we've raised the debt ceiling. Oh, we'll go to war and spend another $25 billion. What's $25 billion between friends, right? That's why we can't make any progress. It's because the constituents want the politician to spend everything plus more and borrow. No, they don't. The constituents don't want them to spend everything plus more. That's not what the constituents want. I've never heard a constituent. No, let me stop you. I've never heard a constituent say, I want you to spend everything and borrow more money next year. I have never, in 26 years of following politics, I have never once heard a voter say, I want them to spend all the money and borrow more and increase my tax burden. Can you please show me a clip, a quote, a citation? Show me a citation of any voter saying, spend all of the money and raise my taxes. I think what you're getting at is what the constituents want are the services. They want the social services. They want the safety nets. They want the unemployment check. They want the WIC. They want the SNAP. They want the Medicaid. They want the housing assistance. They don't want the politician to spend everything and borrow more. They don't understand. Oh, so your point, no, that wasn't your point. I'm going to stop you so that you can learn from this exchange. I knew what your point was, but I had to tell you what your point was. Now you got it. Now you got it. They demand the social services. That's what they want. They want the social services. But the constituents, the voters, the populace, they don't know where the money comes from. If you gave them a choice, do you want WIC or SNAP? We can fund one or the other. They'll say we want both. Okay, well then we'll fund both at half. Well, no, we want both fully funded. We don't have the money to do that. Yeah, that's the trick. They want those services and they want them for free. Where we've lost the narrative is that certain people want the services and they want me to pay for them. They want the other guy to pay for them. That's called charity. And I don't want to pay charity. I give charity to the charity organizations I want to give charity to. But then he wouldn't be able to say he did it without raising the taxes. Right, exactly. Let's see. New York City has a 4.5% local tax and a 0.375 commuter transportation surcharge. Yeah. I heard a quote today that went, politicians that want to go to war should go and fight in the war they want. I think there's something to be said about an offensive war versus a defensive war. But I do agree with you. If you vote for war, you should go and fight the war. I think if you're not the one who suffers, your enthusiasm for negotiation it diminishes. I believe large portions of rural U.S. might become abandoned in the next few decades simply because the roads leading to those places cannot be maintained because there is no money. But there is money. The roads get maintained. The money's there. The problem is the corruption surrounding it. We keep roads under construction forever. I love Europe. I love Japan. You fuckers know how to fix roads. When there's only one road between point A and point B, what you guys do... Okay, so I've been all around the world to see road logistics. All around the fucking world to see road logistics. It's unreal. In America, we have point A and point B, and it's connected by a 2-lane road, right? Or yeah, 2-lane highway, one out, one back. And what we will do is we will close one side and we will have like a stoplight here, and then cars have to go, and then a stoplight here, and cars have to wait so that they can go. And we'll do this, right? We'll do this, and this will happen for like 9 to 12 months. And this will be a pain in everybody's ass for 9 to 12 months as we fix this piece, and then this piece, and then this piece, and then this piece. I love the rest of the world. Here's point A, here's point B, we've got the same road, and what they say is, they'll give you 6 months notice. And they'll say, in 6 months, we're just closing this whole bitch. Well, there's no other way. We don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. We don't fucking care. We gave you 6 months notice. Conduct your business, conduct your affairs. You have 6 months notice. Because it's going to take us 2 months to fix this road, because we're not going to have to constantly be doing it piecemeal. If it's the Japanese, they do that shit in like 1 weekend. When major artery got burned down in Atlanta, it was rebuilt in 6 weeks, far ahead of schedule, by using accelerated construction technique. It can be done if you have the motivation. It could be done And what Grumpy Old Man just said is it could be done if it has to be done. If it's a major artery that's going to choke the city off and cost billions of dollars if it takes a 5-year project, they'll have that shit done in 45 days. But if it's this other shit, we'll let construction companies and road crews run $50 million over budget. In other countries, there is no such thing as over budget. You got to be kidding me. He didn't. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Did he really say this? Pete Hesgeth, we took out Iran's nuclear capability last year. This war wasn't started because they were close to getting nuclear weapons. It started because they still had nuclear ambitions. He accidentally tells Congress Iran posed no immediate threat to America.
Who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon, and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
so they
never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. For all of the
well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
reclaiming
might be.
My time for
we're
just
watching
a quick second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely obliterated?
They had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands of missiles.
So Operation Midnight Hammer accomplished nothing of substance. It left us at exactly the same place we were before. So much so that
their facilities were bombed and obliterated. Their ambitions continued, and they're building a conventional shield.
Let me try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North Korea strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them, so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
and yet
to ensure their conventional shield was brought to heel, which we've done.
If I could get to it. So on you.
Basically, he just said, we destroyed their nuclear capability last year. We destroyed their capability last year. And now we attack them for their aspirations. That's not a good look, Pete. Pete, that's really not a good look. Speaking of budgets, you've got yours on the screen and it's scary. I'm having to factor in little one-time payments like new work pants, and that will last a while. A little bit of one-time medical. Next month will be some other issue that cropped up. I had negative income last month because of an out-of-country family emergency. Seems good, the little things add up, but then the big things smack you. Yeah, I mean, that's where I say to people, that's why I got to have an emergency fund. You got to have an emergency fund. And so many people can't build an emergency fund. If you don't have surplus income that you can build an emergency fund, you're living beyond your means. I know it sucks, but 50% going to needs, 30% going to savings, 20% going to wants. You can chop this number down to 0 and put that 20% up there. But the moment you are exceeding 70% on your needs and you're not saving anything, you're living beyond your means. You are simply living beyond the means that you have. And you can choose to live like that. You can choose to live like that. But then your one bad day, your one blown tire from debt. And you're one blown tire from not being able to get out of debt. Debt sucks. I've been fortunate my entire life. I've worked my debt off as I've accrued it. I didn't stack up $150,000 in college debt. I don't know why people are doing that. I think we need to change college loans in this country. I don't think an 18-year-old should be able to get a $100,000 college loan. I also think that we need to completely revise scholarship questions. I'm tired of there being 9 different questions. And I'm tired of being smarter than the person on the other side of the desk. When I called about my daughter's scholarship, and because if there's a scholarship available, and for you people that have money, your kid should be applying for every piece of scholarship there is, even if you can pay for the whole thing. Why? Because it's free fucking money. I wrote a scholarship application for my daughter for her Washington, D.C. trip. Now, I can pay for it. I can pay for the whole thing. But there's a scholarship available. So, I wrote in for the scholarship. And I said to him, hey, what are you asking for? They said, we're asking for this line from your tax form. That's the only line you're asking for? Yep. Okay. So I sent my tax form and I blacked out all the other lines. I only sent them the first page, not the second page. Then I got the phone call and they're like, you didn't submit a complete form. I said, yes, I did. When you called, you asked me for that specific line. And they said, well, normally people send their whole tax return. I said, but that's not what you're asking for. You're asking for this line. And she's like, well, yeah, are you willing to send us a copy of the full tax return? No, I'm not. And she says, well, can I ask why? I said, because I'm reading all your material and all of your material is gauged against one line. I have sent you my tax return reflecting that one line. None of the other lines are relevant then if your scholarship is based off of X. And so it was comical to me because if you don't know the difference between income and earned income, then I don't know what the fuck to say to you. But my daughter got a 75% scholarship. Now, I was excited when I heard that because it's like, oh, a 75% scholarship. They're going to pay $1,500 of it. No, it's $300. The max the scholarship caps out at is $400. It's fucking ridiculous. We live in a society where people don't even know what the fuck they're doing. It's painful to be smarter than other people when you need them to push a button or flip a page. So many people going for sports scholarships got screwed during COVID. Yep. I know a lot of kids in high school that got screwed for sports scholarships going into COVID. In fact, this town got screwed going for sports scholarships. They built $1 million high school sports stadium. Let me be clear. They built $1 million sports stadium for a high school team that then didn't get to play, and all of our high school teams since have sucked ass. It's so hard to consistently remember how dumb people are on average. Yep. Remember, when you meet somebody, statistically speaking, you're going to meet somebody else that day that's half as intelligent as that person. Unless you started your day off meeting rock bottom.
New York City generates...
Speaking of lack of intelligence.
For the first time ever, Canada is unable to produce enough electricity to supply itself. We have the fourth most oil anywhere on Earth, and yet we are now importing from Saudi Arabia and Nigeria. We have the most oil in the G7, and we are the only G7 country without an oil reserve. We have the most land, we have 10 times more land per person to live on, and yet we have the fewest homes per capita in the G7. We have the third most farmland per capita in the world, and yet 2.2 million people line up at food banks every month. That is a 100% increase over the last 7 years. And the bad news, I'm afraid, continues.
So, hat. What's going on in the hat? Oh, because most of the land is land nobody wants to live on? Yeah, because you mean Canada rolls up to what? Canadian land rolls up to the fucking Arctic Circle? Yeah, you have a bunch of fucking land. Now, the farmland piece is concerning. 2.2 million people lining up at food banks is concerning. America has more. America has more fucking people. America has more poor children than Canada has, or America has more hungry children than Canada has hungry people. But that's because we have a hell of a lot more people. Canada has a population of 41 million. We have 15 million people with food, 15 million children with food insecurity. And that's the thing that I talk about. Yeah, a lot of it is preserved land, Arctic shit that you can't do anything with anyway. But yeah, Antarctica has a lot of empty space. Why don't people move there? Because the juice ain't worth the squeeze. Why don't people build in Arizona? Because they are building in Arizona, except you can't leapfrog out. Like, I remember 30 years ago, some developers were trying to leapfrog out to get the hell away from Phoenix and then Scottsdale. They were trying to leapfrog out into the desert where the land, they could plan the land out better. And they realized, shit, if we leapfrog out all the way out here, we have to pay all the cost to bring everything out here. They realized it doesn't work that way. Yeah, you could put a farm on that land, but it'd be a shitty farm, but you could still do it. The trick here is you've got leadership that makes these speeches. You talked a lot, but you said very little. Why don't you have an oil reserve? Why don't you have an oil reserve? If you have this much oil, why are you importing? Why are you doing that? Then why are you doing it? What? You're a country of 41 million people. Not like your process of fixing problems should be eight times easier than fixing America. Need to stop putting people in the desert? No, putting people in the desert is actually good. Gotta get people out of the fucking areas where they, die of snow. Gotta stop having so many fucking swimming pools in California. But really, it's an honest question. What do we need to do with poor California? What are we gonna do with it? Yeah, as long as we have water. The water is the big one. What did I pull down? A couple of other ones. Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna switch topics here for a moment. I'm gonna talk about vegans. Look, I don't know what the fuck is going on with vegans, but vegans, you're getting fucking annoying. Okay? You're pissing me off. I can't eat a vegan diet. I can't eat a vegan diet. I wish I could. I can't. Well, you can get all of the things that you need for. I can't get what I need for the medication I take. Like, my body is so fucked. I have to take injectable things that require protein to bind to. I can't get animal protein anywhere except from fucking animals. Stop bullshitting your science and making shit up. Human beings are omnivores. We have elongated canines. That is designed for rending flesh. Now, cows eat vegetables, therefore cows are made of vegetables. Eating a cow is eating a vegetable. Yeah, how about stop telling me what I can eat? Exactly. If you believe in not eating animal products, don't eat animal products. But I better not catch you wearing a leather belt or a leather wallet or leather shoes. Your car better not have leather seats, right? Cool. No suede. Good. We covered. Okay. Again, I think that we need to teach people. No cotton. Why no cotton? You threw me off there. Why can't they have cotton? No wool. No wool. Okay, yeah, no wool. Yeah, he meant no wool. I got there. I said it. I said the same thing, and I was like, I got it. The problem here is people that are pro meat. You don't understand. And grumpy old man, you're gonna fight me here. We're not designed to eat meat every day. We can eat meat every day. We can eat meat every day, but we're not designed to. We're designed to eat fish and poultry, and we're designed to need about 4 ounces of beef a month. Grumpy old man's like, fuck that. My bite of beef is more than 4 ounces. This motherfucker's taking 5.5 ounce bites. But we don't teach kids proper nutrition. I wish somebody had come along when I was a kid and introduced me to zucchini, broccoli, onion, peppers, mushrooms. Damn, I love me some exotic vegetables. Instead, my parents were like peas, carrots. I hate peas. I don't like them. Fuck them. Won't eat them. The trick here is we don't teach people good nutrition. And for some reason, capitalism has turned, glues have animal product in it as well. You're very correct on that. We don't teach kids 2 very important things. Number 1, things that you tried as a kid are going to taste different as an adult. Which is why I don't force my kids to eat anything. My daughter, she tried broccoli as a kid, hated it. She's an adult now, she loves it. It is important for a sheep's health that you shave them. That is true. However, as a person whose family raised sheep and goats, there is a difference between shearing a sheep at intervals to keep it healthy and the interval that you shave them at to have usable wool. If you were shaving a sheep altruistically in mind for the sheep's comfort, you would be shaving it when it got slightly long So there would be a little bit of usable wool, but we wait until it's got a big wool coat. So by the vegan mentality, the moment that you know you should shave it now, but you delay because it's beneficial to you, you're taking advantage of the animal. Not to mention that some of you have the Velcro gloves and the sheep needs to have a bigger... Never mind. I promised I wouldn't call some of you out like that. When humans domesticated sheep, they selected breeds for traits for longer fleece size, softer wool, and faster growth. This breeding often bred out the natural shedding ability found in wild sheep. That is also true. That is very true. We've selectively bred sheep to not be able to rub up against stuff and pull their own wool out. This is true. That's the Scots, not the Irish, yes. That's why they have a kilt, so they can throw it over the back of the sheep and have some privacy. If humans were meant to only eat vegetables, human evolution would have never allowed them to leave environments where plants have limited growth seasons. Correct. Correct. I think we're at a point though where jokes like this are not terrorism. Funny prank to play on a passed out vegan. Look, I think this is funny as fuck. I think this is fucking hilarious. I think this... I think this is fucking just spot on. Coffee. The ability to do stupid things mo faster. So they can take it, but as an Irish, Scottish, tiny bits of English mix, I don't want my 3 being tarnished. Wait, you're Irish, Scottish, and English? So when you get drunk, who do you hate? If you're Irish, Scottish, and English, that's gotta be a fucking terrible... That's gotta be terrible to get drunk. You hate the French? You also would have been safe if you said the Germans. Why did I download her?
Raise your hand if you're tired of people saying that you took student loans out and they're your problem when you signed those papers when you weren't old enough to make legal decisions and you weren't even 18.
I actually like this video. I like this video. I want to tear down the whole corrupt, broken education system. After seeing this girl's video, aren't parents required to sign? Okay. Yes, parents are required to sign. Here, I'll play it again.
Raise your hand if you're tired of people saying that you took student loans out and they're your problem when you signed those papers when you weren't old enough to make legal decisions and you weren't even 18.
So... Also, males aren't 25 when these loans are taken out. Our full mental capacity isn't developed until 25. Okay, hold on. I'm not picking on you, Master Blaster. I am not picking on you. Please stop repeating this fucking bullshit. This line right here, as a social scientist, this line pisses me off. You are correct. Your full mental capacity isn't reached until you're 25. Your mental capacity at 18 is 95%. You're not you're not at like 5% at 18. Okay, we've got to stop this shit where it's like here's birth, here's 18, and you're like 25% grown, and then here's 25 and here's 100% completion. We've got to stop this shit, okay? Yes, it is true that we don't even reach our full mental capacity until the day before we start losing our mental capacity. Like, I'm not ashamed to admit this. Due to car accidents, traumatic brain injuries, I've already been identified as in cognitive decline. So for those of you that don't know what that means, I'm in pre-dementia. So some of you have reached out and said, Jay, your show was a little rough today. You were off a bit. Yeah, it's because I've had traumatic brain injuries, and I am definitely dumber today than I was 7 years ago. But we got to stop this fucking excusism of, you're not 25. What Delaron said, it's social awareness, it's empathy, it's sympathy, it's how can we say good judgment comes from experience, and experience comes from bad judgment. When you're 18, you have 90-ish% of the toolkit, but you have like 5% of the practical application. Life is two parts: book smarts and application. Notice I didn't say street smarts, because that's a whole different silo of shit. I can sit you in a class all day and teach you the fundamentals of how to fire a gun. In fact, in the military, we're going to take the morning and we're going to sit you in a class and we're going to teach you how to fire a gun. And then we're going to give you a test to see if you listened and if you can fire a gun. We're going to give you a written fucking exam, right? And if you pass, then we're going to give you a gun, 3 magazines, and a rack of bullets, and we're going to put you out on the range. If you fail the written test, you don't get the gun, and you don't get the bullets, and you don't get the magazines to go out on the range. Oddly enough, there's lots of people who score 100% on the written exam for firearms training who then don't shoot marksmen. I understand this is the talking point, and it's a 100% true talking point. But we gotta stop using it as like the Uno reverse Magic the Gathering ultimate I win card. Now, somebody said, don't parents have to sign? Yes. I can tell you we had to go through 30 minutes of loan education training this year just to register and clear a FAFSA hurdle for them to determine financial assistance. Yes. And FAFSA's another fucking bullshit. FAFSA's another bullshit thing to me. FAFSA doesn't ask how much are the parents going to contribute. FAFSA asks how much do the parents have and will determine how much they should contribute. FAFSA fucked me. Free application for federal student aid absolutely fucked me. I had to go to my school, and luckily I had 2 scholarships. I had an academic scholarship, I had a sports scholarship, and what had happened was I cut my wrist. So they transferred my sports scholarship into a work-study program. But then about 9 months in, they were like, you need to fill out your FAFSA. Got it, and I was like, I went back. I worked with all the nice old ladies in the financial office. I was like, I can't fill this out. I said, I filled out everything I can, but I can't fill out the rest. They said, why can't you fill out the rest? I said, because it involves my father's identifying information and his salary and stuff. They're like, yeah, he has to give it to you. I said, my father will tell me to go fucking pound sand, and he will not give it to me. And they're like, well, you can't turn it in without it. And I said, how can this be like, I'm 18, I'm on my own. And I used to write papers and op-eds in my college newspaper, and it used to be my talking point at like debate things. How can you have a society that literally ties in parents' income to child's education? My daughter needed me to fill it out. My daughter's on a 6-semester scholarship to the community college. The college requires her to fill out the FAFSA form. I called the college to talk to him, and I said, hey, if she was awarded a 6-semester scholarship, the fuck you need my information for? They said, well, we need it for the record. My daughter wasn't living at home when she took your program. She was 18 in her own apartment when she passed your program. Doesn't that kind of fucking clue you into some stuff? She was 18, living on her own when she completed your GED program. What does that tell you about her situation? Well, what do you mean? It means she wasn't living in my house, which means I'm not paying her bills. Well, yeah, but we need to know how much you could pay her bills. Well, I can tell you that answer. It's 0. No, that's how much you want to pay, not how much you could pay. I said, okay, what number do I put on this line? They're like, well, your income. Which income? The lady's like, sir, you don't need to be smart with me. I said, well, lady, I have like 6 different incomes. I need to know what you're asking me. She's like, well, put your largest number. I said, hell no. You tell me what number this is supposed to be. Is it earned income? Is it taxable income? What is it? And she's like, as she gets out the book of everything, she's like, it's your earned income. I'm like, well, that's not what the book says. And she's like, well, if you have the book, why are you asking me? If I have the book and you have the book, one of us is the financial aid officer. Why can one of us get to the fucking answer and one of us can't? It's bullshit. Like, you have to put your assets on it. This is how stupid the free application for federal student aid is. I own my house. So I'm supposed to put my $308,000 house on the FAFSA form. Like I'm supposed to take a fucking second mortgage or a loan against my fucking house for my kid to go to school. I don't like my kid that much. Also, she can be pissed at me for sharing it, but she's the one who did it. I'd like to play this one out just a little bit. You want me to list all of my assets so the kid who dropped out of high school can get federal student aid to go to college? I don't want to play this game, thanks. But for the kid, there's no mechanism. Don't you think there should be a box that says, my parents told me to piss off and they won't give me this information? If your child is an adult, why do you have to tie yourself to their debt? Make that make sense to me. Yeah. That's a hard pass. Yeah. Yeah. The fuck do orphans put down? Orphans. Oh, orphans, poor orphans, poor orphans. Orphans. They have to jump through numerous hoops. Numerous hoops. To even apply for federal student aid. Can we just be honest for a minute? Shouldn't orphans just get to go to school for free? Shouldn't there just be a common sense thing that says, all right, today we're looking at, we're looking at Susan Smith. Susan is a 3.7 GPA. She did volunteer. Oh, she was a cheerleader, volunteered with the Boys and Girls Club, volunteered with the Humane Society. What's this? Oh, her parents are fucking dead. Ooh, she got a 32 on the ACT and a 1450 on the SAT. Yep, we're gonna fund her. Yeah, no shit, man. I love that. You had no safety net while growing up? Well, don't worry. Now that you're an adult, it gets worse. You might hate me for this, but school should be free for everyone. I agree with you. If you've been on my show before, school should be free for everyone, but not college or trade school. Oh shit, we already have that, don't we? I don't want to make college or trade school free. You know what I want to do? I want to bring tradecraft back to the high schools. I want there to be kids graduating out of high school who've already spent junior and senior year Junior year, the second half of their junior year, they're at the Union Hall learning electrician, plumber, carpentry, masonry. They're there. Senior year, they're taking their couple of bits of classes first semester. And then second semester, they're on the job sites. I want automotive tech to be back in the high schools. Why? Because Mikey Motorhead is already fixing kids' cars in the parking lots. Okay, I'm not insulting mechanics here, guys. My dad's a mechanic, my father's a mechanic. My dad and my father are the same fucking person. My dad's a mechanic, my brother's a mechanic. I oversaw the vehicle repair shop in the Air Force. Lots of kids, when they're 16, 17, 18, they're Tommy Toolbox, Mikey Motorhead. They're really good with fixing shit, but they don't understand suck, push, bang, blow. I'm sure there's a mechanic in here who just got a big smile on their face. An internal combustion engine is 4 steps. Suck, push, bang, blow. Which of the 4 isn't working? If I get no suck, it's the fuel pump, right? If I get no push, I got my injector. No bang, it's the engine itself. Blow, it's the exhaust system or the oxygen system. Suck, push, bang, blow. Done. Kids graduating high school, learning trades, they should have time to learn algebra, pre-calc, chemistry 1, biology 1, 2, economics. No, you're completely wrong. I'm going to stop you right there. Completely, absolutely wrong. I've made 6 figures most of my adult life. What do I need bio 1 and 2 for? Never used it. What do I need chem 1 for? I've never used chemistry after high school. Ever. Never used it. Algebra, the only reason why we continue to teach algebra in high school, it is because we consider math to be the critical thinking course. That's interesting. Except econ's not required, bio 2's not required, pre-calc's not required. So 3 of the classes you just listed aren't even required. I can tell you in 5 state school systems what you've listed. At least 5 of the school systems don't have those requirements. The requirements are usually more standardized. Bio 1, Chem 1, Physics 1. So you're right on that. Economics is usually an elective. You usually have Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 with Trig, which you have to take Algebra 2 with Trig junior year. You take Physics senior year. So, but we have kids taking classes that are fucking pointless. They're absolutely fucking pointless. Most high schools in America, junior year English is Shakespeare. Now, did I love it? Fuck yeah, I loved it. I don't know where my Shakespeare book is. It's around somewhere. I have this bad habit. I'll be reading and I'll set my book down. I don't think we need to waste kids' time taking Shakespeare. Shakespeare isn't English, it's literature. Kids have to know how to write. Shit, holy fuck, these high school kids. We need to exchange literature with reading. Phonics. Maybe you can make a decision to go trade path in school or academic path. The path you chose changes your core requirements. Yes. Yes. I love every part of this idea. I love every part of this idea. I've been preaching it for years. Kids, automotive techs are in severe need of people to hire. Yeah, 77,000 new auto techs a year are needed to replace the retiring population. Yeah. You can make great money as a mechanic. We have got to stop looking down on trade jobs. I don't ever look down on tradesmen that I call to my house. I look down on tradesmen who try to rip me off. I look down on tradesmen who try to rip me off. Classic example. Guy shows up at my house. I have a bad shoulder. I couldn't remove the bottom locking nut off of the toilet. Called the plumber. Toilet was already like disassembled. I needed to remove the bottom locking nut because I needed to change the entire tank guts. And so I needed to be able to get under there and dope everything properly. I couldn't do it. Guy walks in. First thing the guy says, he's like, well, you've done a lot of the hard work. He's like, I'll need to reseat the toilet. Your wax is gone. I said, yep. He's like, yeah, it'll be, this whole thing will be about $350. He's like, but what I really would recommend, and then he said, is I would really recommend that you just change the toilet out completely. And that'll be about $1,500. Get out of my house. He got this look on his face. He's like, what? I said, get out of my house. Just go. He's like, what for? I said, because I walked in here, I was very clear on the phone, I need the tank guts changed. I do not need a new toilet. There's nothing wrong with the porcelain, there's nothing wrong with the bowl, I just need a new toilet. That's what I need. I have the kit, so I don't need you to sell me a kit, I just need you to take the kit that I have and install it. And I was gonna give you $350 for it because I need my fucking toilet put back together. And so he left. And my wife said, well, now what are you gonna do? I said, I'm gonna do what an Irishman always does. I'm gonna send you out of the house so that you don't hear the cussing. I'm gonna fucking break away the bolt. And if I fuck the toilet up, you'll know because I'll call you and tell you to meet me at Lowe's while we pick out a new toilet. The guy came back with the police because I threw him off the property and I didn't pay the estimate. I looked at him, I said, I didn't call you. I didn't call you to give me an estimate. I called you to repair the toilet. He said, well, you didn't pay the estimate fee. I didn't agree to pay the estimate fee. He's like, well, you agree to pay the estimate fee when you call us out. I looked at him, I looked at the cop, I said, is this a criminal matter? And the cop says, from the sound of it, no. I said, thank you, have a good day. And the cop kind of stood there. I was like, I don't require your presence anymore and you're on my property. I said, and can you take him with you because you arrived with him? Please take your trash with you. And I said that deliberately to piss the guy off. The guy's like, I'm gonna sue you. Go ahead. You have nothing with my signature on it. You cannot say you give free estimates and then try to upsell me a $1,500 brand new toilet and then get pissed when I kick you off the job site and then come back with a cop to try to fuck off. Go the fuck away. It's just ridiculous. But this is the problem. Shitty contractors shitty people create big companies and they can stay big because they can drive the little guy out of business. I have a guy now that does the plumbing work, the HVAC work that I need. He's a great guy. His name is Ron. Awesome dude. Ron shows up at my house. I wanted to have my furnace checked out. I'd lived here about 5 years. I just wanted him to take a look at the furnace, clean out the inside, make sure everything's good. I didn't want to have a problem. He comes in, he's taking a look at it, and he looks over at me, he's like, hey, want to let you know something. He's like, that bladder that you have on your hot water heater, he's like, it's blown. I can hear it, it's sagging, it's blown. He's like, what I'm going to tell you right now is, in this town, those bladders are here because of the unreliable water pressure. We have our own water plant. He goes on, he's like, all I'm going to tell you right now is, you don't have to pay me to fix it. I don't have any in stock in my truck right now, but that needs to get fixed or you're going to have a bigger problem down the road. He's like, my fee to do it is this. Whether or not you do it today, I just happen to see it. I don't want you to have a big mess. He's like, the other reason why I'm telling you is because if that bladder blows, it's going to blow right into your control unit of your furnace. My water heater and my furnace are in my second floor. He's like, so if that bladder fails and blows off, it's going to blow right through this little piece of aluminum, right into your control box. It's going to totally take out your furnace. He says, and if it doesn't, it's going to go right through this wall into this room. I said, why don't you get one ordered for me? So the guy came and I was out on a walk with my wife. And I happened to see his truck pulling up. He was an hour early. And he was like, oh, good. I says, what's up? He's like, oh, I'm here early. I said, no problem. He's like, oh, I love when people say I can be here early. So I walked up to his truck. I was just bullshitting with him. I saw in the back of the back, I see 2 fishing poles. Him and his son. I was like, so getting here early. And he's like, yeah, if my wife calls, I haven't been here yet. I said, no problem. His wife does all the scheduling. He just was running fast that day, and he had brought his fishing poles with him. He's going to take this. I was the last job of the day. He's going to take his son fishing. That's a good dad. That's a good contractor. What he did when he gave me the receipt, he only charged me for the part. I said, Ron, you didn't charge me a call out fee. You didn't charge me a service fee or anything. He's like, I normally have 3 or 4 of these bladders in my truck. I just keep them. He's like, normally when I point them out to people that they're blown, I just fix them. He's like, this is going to take my son 15 minutes to do. It would take me 3. But I said, go ahead, teach your son. So he's teaching his son, took about 15 minutes. That's a good contractor. Because of that, I recommended Ron to like 20 people. He drives around in a beat up school van. He bought a van from the school when they sold it. Doesn't have fancy lettering, doesn't have fancy fucking cards or expensive invoices, no nice polo shirts, but he's busy all the time. That's what we got to get back to in America. We got to get back to this like sentiment of helping each other. We don't do that anymore. Oh, my doctor is killing me. My doctor canceled the remainder of my injections, but he didn't tell me that. Doc, I would like my injections, Doc. I swear, this is another thing about where people are frustrated. Managing your own healthcare in America is a full-time job.
Raise your hand.
It's a full-time job. Just keeping up with it. Let's play this one.
What's your plan when men stop doing the dirty and dangerous jobs that keep society running?
Can you give me an example of which jobs you're referring to?
Logging, plumbing, crab fishing, oil rig. When men stop doing the dangerous jobs, when men stop getting married, when men stop having kids, what's your plan?
I'm not worried about that.
Of course you're not.
No. I don't have a plan, Pearl, for a situation in which men no longer do those jobs.
The very microphone you're using was built by men. The building was built by men. And there's no gratitude or appreciation. You just tell them they're not doing enough. Future is not going to be great for feminists. You guys are going to get the equality that you're asking for. Men are not going to protect women in the streets. Men are going to stop signing up for the infrastructure jobs. The birth rate's going to keep falling, and the future is going to be bleak.
This is a really, really important talking point. Really, really, really important talking point here. I'm tired of getting yelled at over the word ma'am. Like, if you've been on my show, you know that about a year ago, give or take at this point, somebody got mad. They brought up the they-them argument. And I said, you know, I said, it's hard for me to refer to a single individual as they-them because I was taught they-them is for plural. And the example that I can reference back to is an example that looks something like this. Who do these keys belong to? Those keys belong to Jalan. Can you take them to him? And them equals keys. Because the problem is with language, can you take them to them? Take what to who? And if you understand English structure, each pronoun in a piece of writing, the pronouns need to be specific to the number, the identifier. If it was a singular key, then who does this key belong to? That key belongs to Jalan. Can you take it to him? Can you take it to them? You wouldn't say that. And I didn't know why. And it bothered me. And I'm digging through English. Just digging through I was digging through the language. My eldest kid is a linguist, digging through it, talking, going through. I finally found it. It's not all English. It's not all English speakers have a problem with the them for singular people. It's not all English speakers. And I did this in detail. It's Roman Catholic. Can you take them to him? Yeah, them to him. But them to he? No, because let me stop you right there. Once we start making up new pronouns, I'm out. Jalan has left the chat. If we start adding X's and fox self, clown self, go fuck yourself. I'm out. But the problem with the can you take it to them is a Roman Catholic education thing. And the reason why is Roman Catholic students from the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, our English curriculum was still modeled off of Latin because our English classroom instruction was still governed by archdiocese shit that had been around for 50 years when they used to teach Latin in schools and English. What if the keys belong to Pat? Right. Now that I've tracked down, gone down the rabbit hole, the thing about being an educated, enlightened individual is that if you give me enough time to dive down the rabbit hole, I'll correct my own mistakes, or I'll come back and I'll give you the reason why I can't change. After diving down the rabbit hole, I am now grammatically correct. I will refer to a single individual who wants to use they, them pronouns. Because now I understand why it's foreign to me. And that's called a compromise. I'm willing to move a little bit to accommodate. But I'm not doing clown self, fox self, zim, zer. I'm not doing that shit. I'm not playing that game. Like, I'm calling you ma'am because calling you bitch is less socially acceptable. We're in a weird spot where right now we've got sexual orientation rights, overlapping gender rights, overlapping feminism rights. And I think a big part of it is, what if they change their name to them? Then I'll call them by their last name, or fuckhead, because fuckhead is gender neutral. So is asshole. Where we have the disconnect, and I'm really not trying to be, I'm really not trying to be a jerk. But the feminism thing is killing me. The feminism thing is killing me. Because, and I know this is anecdotal, listen, trans folks had it really bad for a long time. Absolutely. It's still not great. That being said, we do our best. If you look like a girl, I'm going to say she. If you look like a boy, I'm going to call you him. If I know what you identify as woman and I know that I'll call you ma'am, that doesn't hurt me in any way. It just makes you feel better. But we need to not make it the number one political issue. It's not working. Yes, I agree with you. At 100%. Where I have to fight back against you is when you start to criminalize speech. In California, they were working it so that if I misgender somebody, it's a crime. A fucking crime, really? Because I misgendered you? Fuck off. It's just like the tweet I showed the other day, because this brings feminism, sexual orientation discussions, and all the discussions into kind of one debate. Oh no, they deleted it. Oh yeah, they didn't delete it. So this is what the person posted. They posted this, and they said, once again, a reminder, trans people are more important than your nostalgia. And it was about Hogwarts Legacy 2 to be announced soon. And here's the issue. I understand that you feel a certain way about J.K. Rowling. And I support you feeling a certain way about J.K. Rowling. But the problem becomes, who are you to tell me what is more important to me? If you phrased it better, if you appealed to my humanity or morality or compassion, I might meet you halfway. But when you dictate terms to me, you automatically are telling me I'm wrong, which requires me to oppose you with all of my effort. Like, for example, did you know that until I was married in my state, the appropriate term of address for me, my father would have been Master Jalan Sr., and my title until my marriage would have been Young Master Jalan? Like, if you watch Sleepy Hollow, you see a little reference to this. He's like, Young Masbeth. Just Masbeth now, sir. In my state, it was inappropriate to call me Mr. Because only the eldest surviving person of the family line was Mr. of the last name. Everybody else, the sons were all Young Master until their marriage. And then it became dicey. What's they, them for one person mean? They, them. Well, they, them is fine in English, but for a long time, it was wrong to me. And I didn't know why. And half the people I would talk to would say, yeah, they, them isn't for referring to one person. And the other half of the people would say, no, they, them is fine for one person. And I was like, we can't all be experiencing the same shared collective psychosis. Half the people I know who are fucking educated people are all saying they, them is wrong. And I really had to dive into it. And it turns out it's a Catholic thing. It's a Catholic education thing. I'm just at the point where I just accepted these people are brain dead and not worth engaging. I agree. I agree. We're at a point where they is fine in English. It is. It is. But there's going to be an awful lot of people that tells you, what did Come On Bunny do to the burglar? They killed them. Correct. What did Come On Bunny do to the burglar? They killed he/she. He killed. Somebody else would correct you and say, well, we know you're a male, so we say he killed. And then if it's a singular, we would identify it as he until we know otherwise. And you'd be like, right. And then other people would say, no, you don't do that. Then you get this debate. And then when you find out because nobody wants to be wrong, so they keep advocating their point. And it's not until you say, whoa, why do you feel that way? Well, Shakespeare said. Okay, well, hold on. And people will be like, well, what does it matter what Shakespeare said? Well, hold on. It matters a lot. It really does. Shakespeare doesn't. Yes, he does. Yeah, back when people were learning grammar, you always assumed the gender was male until you learned otherwise. Where'd that come from? The 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s. Why? Because it was always that way. Why? Well, why does Spanish have it set up where you have one boy, right? You use, hold on. My Spanish is a little tad rusty. Oh yeah, so what it is, you have one boy, you use the male version. You have one girl, you use the female version. You have 99 boys plus one girl, you obviously use the male version. Where it gets a little weird in languages that have male and female versions of verbs, if you have 99 girls plus one boy, you still use the male version of the verb. Why? Well, I don't fucking know. I wasn't there when they wrote the rules. Somebody else did. But we can change the rules. You're right. We collectively as a society can change the rules. But you gotta get people to all agree. Like, this is the shocker one. In English, we say non-binary. We say an individual is non-binary. It's easy. Non-binary is gender neutral. Non-binary, non-binara, depending on the gender of the person. The language isn't easy. Non-binarics, just like they did Latinx. Look, your language has rules. You can change them, but you can't change them. You can change them. The collective can change them. And that's where our problem is. Our problem is when people hear you can change a rule, they think, oh, I can change the rule. Not you individually, jackass. You as a society. Like, look, what the woman says. What are you going to do when men stop taking the rough jobs? I'm going to say, I was in a reserve unit, medical. Very wonderful sergeant that I worked with. She was awesome. Her name was Cass. She was 5'1", maybe $105, 105 pounds. She was the ambus loading crew person assigned with me. Now, I know I look scrawny, I know I look weak, but back in the day, I was incredibly strong before my injury. Marines, with their gear on, are routinely north of 300 pounds. 6 people litter carry to bring a Marine to the back of the ambus. And you got big swole turkeys carrying these guys from the tent to the ambus. Then they see me and Cass on the bus and they're like, get down, we'll help. I'm like, fuck off, bitch. You're built for show. I'm built for go. She'll outlift you any day. There's a reason why the commander put us on the bus. Fuck off. And so people are watching. They bring this 300-pound Marine and they put him on the bus. And I grab him. I walk him all the way on. Then she grabs him and this Marine looks up and he's like, this egotistical Marine says, little girl, you're not going to be able to rack me. And she's like, shut up, Marine, I outrank you. We walk to the front of the bus. This guy, stable as can be. He's like, can you guys put me on the bottom? I said, no, you're assigned one top. Rack him up. He could not fucking believe. 1, 2, 3, up. My bracket's locked. She's like, my bracket's locked. You locking in? You're locked in. I'm locking in. He's like, Sergeant? I said, yes. He's like, that was fucking smooth. I said, yeah, don't doubt her because she's a female. We doubt people. Look, if she wasn't strong enough to be on the ambus, loading people to chest high, because on the ambus you have 2 positions, lower and upper, she wouldn't be on here doing it. We were on this remote assignment. We were all done. We had no more patients. They were taking down our CASIF, Contingency Aeromedical Staging Facility. some of us got to take a down day. So we were on the same shift. Me and my friend, we went and got lunch. We came back. A bunch of people were in the pool. I said, are you going to go swimming? She said, yeah, I think I am. I said, I'll meet you down here in a few minutes. So I went, changed. For a guy, changing, it's easy. Just put on shorts, right? She comes down, and I'm looking at her. I'd never seen her out of uniform. Holy fuck, man. Like, she was maybe 4% body fat. She had fucking abs, like chiseled marble. She was just fucking ripped toned, the whole body. She looked fucking amazing. And I was like, all the guys that were on night shift with us were looking at her, and she's like, she was such a bitch too. She looks at all these guys, and she's like, y'all fatties wanted me to get off the bus so you could get on the bus and rack my patience? She's like, look at all you fatties. She's like, look at you. Look at the beer belly on you, man. She's like, don't ever tell me to get off my bus again. I imagine it's easier to make changes to language if it's organically adopted by the masses. I can't think of a situation where some group made a new rule for speech and it was implemented into society. I don't... Salty Bread has an example. Let me see if I can find... I'm looking for a modern example. No, I know what you're referring to. The N-word was created. It wasn't changed. It began being used specifically to create a class difference between black property slaves and white indentured slaves. We have changed it. We no longer some people still do. We no longer say quote gay as a insult anymore, as a burn, but people still do. I'm looking for an example of oh, you know what? There's this is great. A great example. When you do it, do you do an internet search or do you Google something? Did you know what a hashtag was called before it was a hashtag? Also, text abbreviations. Yeah, all the prior terms used to medically define the mentally deficient. The word, people aren't dumb unless they can't speak. But then mute is the appropriate word for somebody who can't speak. IDK, I don't know. LOL, laughing out loud. Another one, when you say collateral damage used to mean civilian deaths, but it was the politically correct word. Now collateral damage is used too freely. Collateral damage no longer means civilian deaths. It means unintended consequences. Hey, what happened with that merger and acquisition? Yeah, there was a little collateral damage. We ended up losing a couple of shipping routes, but it'll be okay. People have become politically correct because we no longer have illegal aliens. We have undocumented immigrants. Gaming. Oh, the fucking shit, man. The gaming community. I didn't even think about it. Yeah, Xerox copy it instead of photocopy it. Do you have a Scott towel instead of a paper towel? But another gaming community, shit. Noob, GG, Meta. So yeah, I mean, when you try to think about it, yeah, Kleenex. Do you have a Kleenex? So yeah, there's a lot of examples of it, which is actually, it's really good that I had to go and Google that, because it means the ability to blend language is working. It's functional. Unfortunately, I think it's working in a bad way, because I think we're collectively dumbing down society. A couple of months ago, I saw that quote that says something along the lines of, smart people are being silenced so stupid people don't feel bad about themselves.
What's your plan when...
Let me see if I can squeeze one more in here. What was...
Strange.
Oh, yep. I decided not to make that one about Steven Sharif. Steven Sharif has just been getting kicked left, right, and center.
This new generation.
Oh my God. Okay. This one is so fucking good. This, I remember this one. This kid, I want this kid to grow up to be fucking president. You want to get rid of fucking racism right now? This fucking guy, this fucking kid just shamed an entire fucking 3 generations of people. This kid, oh my God. If I very rarely ever ask people to stop what you're doing and listen. I just need you to listen for like 10 seconds.
This new generation is so soft, says the same people who were crying 50 years ago over having to share a water fountain with a black person.
Holy fuck. This generation, we keep saying, or the baby boomers keep saying the alphas are soft, but the baby boomers are the ones who were upset they had to integrate, they had to drink out of the same water fountain as a black person. Holy fuck. If that ain't the definition of squishy soft, I don't know what is. Like, holy fuck. That kid's checkmate. There's another creator, that video is making its rounds on TikTok. There's another video, I couldn't grab hers, her video was non-downloadable. She said, somebody contact that boy, that little boy. I thought she was gonna make a bad video. She said, please contact that little boy's parents. He's invited to all the barbecues. All of them. I think there is something to be said about our progenitors telling anybody that their generation is soft. And they were some of the most vile, racist people ever. You were like, just happy to be able to get water. Right. Shit. I had to explain to a fellow black man why black people can be racist. It was a waste of time. You know what? What's funny? Why I like the internet so much? There should be no fucking racism online. Because we're all just ones and zeros. But have you noticed something? Normally, when I was healthier, and I like to have a go at people who come into my channel and they're dumb, I have a go at them. Today, 2 different people came in. They didn't like being called out. Ignorant people come in all shapes and colors. You're right, they do. Have you seen the one with the kid in the beanie and no shirt is saying, were sinks not an option? Oh yeah, were sinks not an option when you were growing up? And I love the one lady who says, no, they weren't an option. We weren't allowed in the house. We weren't allowed in the house. What don't you understand? I love the 4-pack of those TikTok creators that went on tour. Oh, they're hilarious people. They're hilarious. Anyway, I'm gonna go, let me share this with you real quick. My daughter was very disgruntled. She went to her track meet yesterday. She got all the way there. She rode the bus. My wife had an appointment. Normally, my wife goes to all the track meets. She got all the way to her track meet. My daughter's a thrower. She throws shot put and discus. She's really good too. She'd be going to sectionals, but we're going to be at Disney during state, so another kid has taken her spot at sectionals. she got all the way there. The girls ran. The girls normally run second. The girls normally throw first. But because they haven't gotten enough girl runs in and boy throws in, they switched the order. They got done with the boys running and the boys throwing and the girls running. They were just getting ready to switch events, and they had to cancel due to rain. So my daughter rode the bus all the way out there, had to ride the bus all the way back, and she was pissed. She was pissed off. Anyway, I just got word my other daughter's coming over, so she must need something. So I'm going to get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow for some video games. You guys take care and be safe.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos?